This is the board meeting of Menlo Park Fire Protection District, February 20th, 7:01 p.m. Meeting's been called to order. We'll do the roll call and then we'll move into the pledge of allegiance.
Director Bernstein?
Present.
Director Bloom?
Present.
Director Jones?
Here.
Director Crowley? Present. Director Solano?
Here. Okay. Pledge of allegiance. Flags are over this way. Am I supposed to start?
Join in
I pledge
here
allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right, reportable actions from the closed session. We did have a closed session immediately prior to this meeting, and I do have something to report out, which we normally do not. So the board voted to tentatively approve the memorandum of understanding with IAF Local 2400 District 13. That's the Battalion Chiefs organization. The votes were for yes to it was Virginia Director Crowley, Director Jones, myself, Director Bloom. Voting no was Director Bernstein, and absent at the time of the vote was Director Solano. The board also voted to place the proposed MOU on the district website for public review until the board considers approval of the MOU at its next regular meeting, scheduled for March 19th, 2024. And because there are only 28 days until the next meeting, the board voted to waive the ordinary 30-day sunshine period and instead only sunshine this one for 28 days. The votes on that were the same. So voting for was Director Crowley, Director Jones, myself, Director Bloom, and voting no was Director Bernstein, and absent from the vote at the time was Director Solano. And that is the report out on the formality of the closed section. I will now open it to any public comments. This would be public comments for things that are not on the agenda. Is that correct?
It is, and we have no public comments.
Okay. Any public comments in the room? Okay, seeing none. So first up, and we kind of did the agenda a little differently today, so that our guests that are going to be presenting would not have to wait around. And so we have San Mateo County Dispatch Services. They're going to do a presentation and discussion. Just for the board's reference on this, I see this predominantly as an educational discussion for them to educate us on how they operate, how they dispatch our fire and emergency calls. I kind of have in my mind the next step already, which is for us to do a field trip and go observe it. I have mentioned previously that I've observed the dispatch center, and it's an eye-opening experience. It's educational on understanding what they do and the service they provide to not only the district, but just the community in general. And then step 3 of it would be for us as a board at a later time to discuss, kind of our views on dispatch and the system and the service that we're getting and so forth. And so for that, I will hand it off to our guests. I didn't catch both of the names. I apologize. I'll let you self-introduce.
Thank you. First of all, I just want to say thank you for having us here. I'm Natasha Claresvina. I am the director with Public Safety Communication. I've been there for 29 years. I'd like to say I started when I was 12.
We'll give that to you.
I thank you. Born and raised here in San Mateo County, right here in North Fair Oaks, actually, Redwood City. So I'm happy to be here. I take serving the public with my whole heart. What I mean by that is, my grandmother was a social worker, and we went to many homes in East Palo Alto, Menlo Park, the city of Redwood City, for those that were not getting as many things as they could at the time. And I watched her serve others and went to homes where there were children and multiple families living in a garage and serving on hot plates. I myself received government cheese growing up as a child, and doing much better now, obviously. But I think what you'll find with Demetrius and I, Demetrius, I'm going to let her introduce herself because she does a good job of that. But Demetrius, just for a little history lesson, we became a department in 2021. So what that means is prior to 2021, we were under the county manager's office. Becoming a department in 2021 Many of you might have met Dan Belleville, who was the previous director. During COVID, he went down to help the emergency management team help with everything COVID. So he went downstairs of the Rock, which is what President Bloom is talking about, which is the building that we're in. At that time, afterwards, he retired and they opened up promotions for director. I applied and Ametreus applied. And Ametreus, as well as I, has a long standing with 911. She comes from the east side of the bay, though. She worked at Oakland Police Department. I'll let her talk about that, and then Oakland Fire. We're lucky enough to have hired her to be our deputy director. She's an amazing partner, but as you can imagine, in my 29-year career, there were a lot of things that needed to be changed. So I'll talk a little bit about that when you guys ask questions, and I'll get to the presentation, but I wanted to take time to really talk about a little bit about the background and what we're trying to accomplish at PSC, which we aren't doing blindly. When I did get promoted as the interim director, I asked to have a PSC review done. And what the PSC review did was it looked at other agencies that are like our agency, so other tri-centers. And I can send that to Chief Lorenzen if you'd like to see it. But what I did with that is I really wanted a roadmap of what are the things of the standard today in dispatch. And how do we, PSC, get there? Because I was sitting in the center, in the basement of the Hall of Justice. Now we're in the Rock, which is amazing and beautiful. And I kept thinking about all the ways that we can make dispatch better. How can we serve our public better? And one of the really hard things for me walking into that communication center was my background. So I'll just tell you a little bit about this. My father was in custody most of my life. My mom was a single mom. And the reason why I say that's important is because it's an equity issue. And when I walked into that communication center, people didn't look like me or have my experiences. And I think that's really important when you're hiring people to do the job of a dispatcher. Because you have to have empathy and you have to have compassion with those that you're answering the call to. And people are calling on their worst day. Most will say that, but not always. You know, some people call because there's a barking dog. That is their worst day for them in that moment. But other times it's traumatic. Other times it's beautiful, the birth of a child. Could be CPR instructions. I've done it all in my career. I've held every role at the position at Public Safety Communications. And I think that's important because of my understanding of this job that we do and why it's so important. So let me go back to what I said about walking into that center. I am now hiring people that represent our community and those we serve. Because I sat in that room and I heard people say, why? So what? They're calling about the dang mariachi, who cares? They're calling about the Mexican music, who cares? The things that you hear as a dispatcher are not great. I said they call on your worst day. So you get angry people sometimes, you get happy people sometimes. You get some people that might call and say, I'm Dr. So-and-so, and I want people here right now. And you need to put all that aside and you need to do your job. And your job is to ask people questions to help get the help to the right location. And that's what we do at PSC. So I'll get into more of those details. I want to see if Ametreus would like to say anything because I've taken up the stage here.
Thank you.
Yes.
I'm Ametreus Sidney, and I'm the Deputy Director at Public Safety Communications. So I did come on in 2021. And prior to that, I did work for Oakland Police for about 22 years, and then I moved on to Oakland Fire. So I understand the perspective for police, fire, and EMS. I'm also the Vice President for CalMENA, which is a California chapter of the National Emergency Number Association. And I do sit on the board for Cal OES as a 988 Technical Advisory Board. So I'm that outside perspective for PSC that does recognize those industry standards and help pushing them forward that goal. I will say we did achieve a goal today.
Yes, we did.
Because we're now fully staffed. We actually now have 55 dispatchers. They're all not trained, but we're getting there. So we're at the point now where we're actually seeing the change and we're seeing, growth and movement within the center. And I appreciate you guys inviting us out for the educational moment.
We love to talk about our profession, if you can't tell.
That's all I have. I'm really sorry.
And then we have Jen Key here. And Jen Key comes as our fire and manager. So what she is responsible for is she is the eyes and the ears as acting as a liaison from PSC to the fire chiefs and to the battalion chiefs and in charge of our operation. Anything you'd like to say?
I have been a dispatcher over 18 years now, so I have a lot of experience only as fire and EMS. Actually, I've only been a call taker on the law side, and I decided that I kind of favor the fire and EMS side a little bit more. But a lot of experience with that. Grew up in a fire department atmosphere. My dad was retired from Alameda County Fire, so I have a lot of history behind my passion for doing the right thing and being available to the right people at the right time. Been in this position about 2 years now, and it's been wonderful. I absolutely love the collaboration and working with the chiefs and all of the departments that we represent, as well as our other agencies or other customer agencies, whether it be law or medical. So I'm very happy to be here and able to answer questions if you need me.
All right, so we'll get started with our presentation.
Thank you.
If I can say just a couple things as Natasha gets up and speaks. First of all, thank you to our dispatchers for being our very first responders. Such a critical part of the whole system for us. I couldn't do what you do. And then for our board, kind of similar to what Elaine did when he brought in, was it GovInvest, kind of with this primer on, we were talking about unfunded pension liabilities. We're trying to really do the same thing here with the board. Is we've had a number of conversations about dispatch services, a variety of different things. We're trying to provide kind of that foundational work for us to make some informed decisions moving forward. And then just thirdly, I know it's, I have it on my chief's report. It's just a follow-up to that meeting with Mike Callaghy from last week. So my goal is to talk about that in the chief's report and have Natasha and whoever else decides to speak, talk about, or answer your questions unrelated to the finance part. I'll try and address that separately in the chief's report. With that,
Thank you. So am I driving?
She has our presentation for us.
We had some technology issues. And actually, I don't know why. Sure. I thought that this would be a big space. So we did bring printouts if you want them on the PowerPoint. Oh,
Please,
okay.
please.
Okay. Great. I know people like to put their hands on things. Right? And write it down. Thank you. I know I like to print and write, and then some old school that way. Thank you. Okay, so we could go to the next page. And you already know who I am and who Demetrius is. I hate having my back against, so I apologize. Maybe I'll stand over here. Okay. And then we can go to the next one. So this is our organization. So there's 3 branches of emergency services. We have 78 full-time employees. As Demetrius said, we're at full staff today. So today we hired 9 people and they all started today. We have 248 people in background right now waiting to, when I say that, is applicants who are waiting to come and work with us. So the way our operations are broken up to is there's dispatch operations systems management unit, which is our IT, and I'll talk more about that, and then our administration. Who doesn't like the woo-woo? Out there. Now if it could stop, no. So for our primary services, we obviously offer countywide fire dispatch and paramedic service. That is otherwise known as Model B. So initially with Menlo Park Fire District, you guys were all a part of FireNet 6. And the beauty of FireNet 6 was that, so you had FireNet 6, which was basically Redwood City, Menlo Park, Coastside Fire, Half Moon Bay Fire, Montera Fire Protection District, and Redwood City Fire. So all of those made up FireNet 6. FireNet 6 initially was kind of how everything started. What happened before is if you needed, say there was a second alarm fire, you'd have to call all of the different cities to get their engines to come to that fire. Under model FireNet 6 model, all of the surrounding cities was being handled by one single dispatch. So what that means is we would get on the radio and we would dispatch the help. FireNet 6 really helped with kind of the vision of Model B, which Model B, the vision is to have the county-wide dispatch for fire and paramedics. So PSC, our department, has always handled the medical side of dispatch. We also dispatch for the unincorporated areas of San Mateo County. So the biggest agency would be the San Mateo County Sheriff's Office. And then we have contract cities as well. So the other law enforcement agencies that we dispatch for, as we talked about, were Daly City, East Palo Alto, Broadmoor, Portola Valley, Woodside, Half Moon Bay, San Carlos, Millbrae, and then of course the Samtrans Transit Bureau. So everything from San Francisco all the way down to Dearborn Station, Santa Clara, we dispatch for them. Next. So some of our other duties that we do is we handle the mutual aid for law enforcement, EMS, and for fire. So we handle that through Alameda County Region 2. And what that means is we can have resources within San Mateo County that we monitor and we can control. So if there's a pursuit, if there's a countywide roadblock, our dispatchers are handling that. It leaves the smaller city dispatchers because sometimes they only have 1 or 2 dispatch centers in their center at a time. Those large scale incidents, when they get bigger, we take care of those. And we have, as long as I can remember. Okay, so we also, when I talk about fire and EMS, we also handle their mutual aid. So any campaign fires, any wildland fires that we send folks out on, our team of dispatchers dispatches that over those radios and manages the resources of when they're coming and going. We also do step details. Don't know if everybody's familiar with that, but those are saturated enforcement details. They're usually police officers. They pick different jurisdictions, and they're basically anybody who's talking on a cell phone, doing things that they shouldn't be doing. They're doing the distracting driving. They're pulling people over and talking to them about that. The Half Moon Bay Pumpkin Festival, we do all other special events. So initial training, this is Mele. She's one of our supervisors at night on the shift. So initially for our new hire training, it's anywhere from about 1,160 hours to 1,000 hours, depending. So all of our dispatchers come in and they start off answering the phone. So we teach them medical dispatch and we teach them law dispatch. I'll get into the medical dispatch a little bit later. Don't be afraid. This is our card deck, but when you come from on a tour, all of this is in a computer system. It's called ProQA, and it interacts with our computer-aided dispatch system, which is the tool that we use, or the software tool that we use in order to track our resources, dispatch calls for service. But we can get into this more in depth. But basically, this is the medical side of the house, and our dispatchers, when they first get started with us, they learn law call taking and they learn emergency medical dispatching. And that is because anytime someone calls 911, you just don't know what you're going to get. You know, you might get a barking dog complaint. You might get someone who says that they need CPR instructions. So our dispatchers are trained on how to do it all. We also had monthly continued education. We are a post agency. So being a post agency, that's the police officer standards and training side. Because we're a post agency, it requires all of our dispatchers to have 240,
24.
thank you, every 2 years. So they have to have a certain amount of hours of training every 2 years. In addition to that, those who do the medical side of the room have 20 hours of training as well in medical dispatch. And this is supported by data and science. We'll talk a little bit more about that. So technology used by PSC, we use text to 911. We have a 200-line computerized phone system. We have GIS. So we have our own GIS system. And what I mean by that is we have a woman in our facility, her name is Dina, and she is our GIS coordinator. So basically what had happened is when we went out to buy our computer-aided software system, at the same time, the county and the cities were upgrading their GIS system. We said, we can't wait for everybody else. 911 is that important, so we're gonna go ahead and get started now. So we have a very robust GIS system where Dina at our office communicates with other cities and counties throughout the state of California. She's our MSite coordinator, so what that means is for the county, if there is a location that isn't accurate, that information goes to her and then she ends up updating it in the system. So she has to have a relationship with all of these cities and they all work together. We're getting to a point, well, the point we want to get to is that cities will be able to enter that data into our GIS data, so it's true and happening now. So we're getting to that point as well. The automatic vehicle location system and the computer-aided dispatch. The computer-aided dispatch is the software that we use. We bought Versaterm. And we did that in a collection with all the fire, a representative from fire, EMS, law, as well as Public Works, the health department, anybody, all the stakeholders that were a part of our CADVEN system, we brought them on board in our to make that selection, and we can get into more detail about that. The automatic vehicle location. So in all of the fire engines, there's a thing called NetMotion, and NetMotion can check what their location is. And the same thing happens on the law side. And so we have to have really good GIS data to support our AVL data. And so what AVL does is when we get a call for service, say this is the location, it'll reach out and say, who are my closest people to get to the proximity of that call? And what type of equipment? And it will send it. The other option that we have in this county prior to this CAD vendor was station ordering. So what we basically said is we told every fire agency to go ahead and take an address. And if this were the location of the incident, I want you to build out the 50 closest fire stations. How close are they in proximity to that location? So they went station 1, station 2, station 4, and they went in that radius to determine that. Today we operate off of AVL. We didn't have that capability prior to this CAD system that we have today. Fire station alerting, that's another piece that we do. So in the alarm monitoring, PSC monitors alarms. We have mission-specific applications. We have ReadyNet, ETS, ShotSpotter. ReadyNet is the software that we use when we're out polling the hospitals and finding out what hospitals are able to receive patients, which are not. Right now, there's one of the hospitals up in Daly City, so Seton, their STEMI is not working. We just got notified. Their STEMI area is closed down. So we just got notified. So now all of our dispatchers were told we cannot transport STEMI patients to that hospital, but it's all in a software system, which is the ReadyNet system. ShotSpotter, I'm not sure if all of you have heard of it, but you guys know. So it was founded in Redwood City. It was originally called the Urban Gun Locator Machine, and it is in the city of East Palo Alto as well as North Fair Oaks. So you too also have access to that data if you needed it. MDTs and MSTs, these are mobile data terminals and mobile status terminals. So when we chose the CAD, it was a full suite. So that's your MDTs, your MSTs, everything. At the time, the fire service decided to go with Tablet Command to use that as their MDT or MST. So they're not, it's interacted with our system, but not fully integrated with it, is the best way to explain that. The computer-aided radio system, so PSC, our title is Public Safety Communications. The one part that we do not own or have any control over is the radio system. So remember I told you about FireNet 6? So FireNet 6 started in I almost said 98, but that wasn't right. It was before that. No, it was 98. So somebody say 99?
think so. I think
Yeah.
1979 was the origination.
of the origination of FireNet 6. So when FireNet 6 started, part of what they were doing was collecting money, right, to pay for and budget for things. One of those things was the radio system. So FireNet 6 at that time, that's basically what they were doing is we need to budget for the future. We have a radio system. Well, that radio system eventually needs to be upgraded. It needs to be paid for. So FireNet 6 budgeted for that. They had all the cool toys and the bells and whistles in that group. Eventually, FireNet 6 became Model B, which it is today, which is the county-wide dispatch system that we have today. So with that radio system in right before 2001, right before Model B was implemented, Model B, the people that were working on Model B contracted with TEA, which was the same group that built the FireNet 6 infrastructure. So now they went ahead and contracted to have TEA build that radio system. So that's what we have today is existing is the TEA radio system. So we work on those radios, we talk on those radios, but we don't own the radio system. The fire service owns the radio system. I think that's important to state because there's a lot of misrumors. I get a lot of phone calls. When are you going to fix this? When are you going to fix that? And I'm like, that's not my responsibility. We do have the county ISD radio system, but that's a trunk radio system. We do dispatch the EMS agency, all of our ambulances on the trunk radio system. The sheriff's office is also on the trunk system, so we dispatch them as well on that. This system here is an analog system that the fire service is operating on. So PSC's management unit, these are just a few of the changes that they were involved in. The best way to describe our systems management unit is that they are the eyes and the ears of everything to make it happen. So they make sure that the dispatchers are supported. They make sure that, when we send a call for a structure fire, the right type of equipment is going to that call. And that might not sound much, but we have a person, quite a few people that are dedicated to updating response modifiers. So a response modifier in the background basically says, if I have a structure fire at this location and I need 3 engines, a truck and a battalion chief, where am I going to get them from? It tells the computer how to do that, but we need people to enter that data into the computer so that the computer can tell the dispatcher what we're sending, why we're sending it, and that we're sending the right type of equipment. So that we have a person who updates our GIS, someone who is responsible for updating all of the CAD data. So those are those response modifiers. They have to upload all of the people. So all your firefighters, all your paramedics, all of those have to be entered into that system in order for it to work. So these things here are specific to Menlo Park Fire. So we expanded the alarm addresses. This is just in 2023. Station ordering, cross-staffing, Woodside Fire, Menlo Fire Squads, USAR project. So that was a countywide project. The boat, marine, water rescue, water response. This is also a countywide project. Here are some other things. The map data request for GIS, adding VMTs. So anytime something doesn't happen, people can't log on, they call our IT people in our systems unit to make it work. They are very much hands-on. A few years ago, I'm trying to remember if it was in the pandemic or not, North County Fire, the city of Daly City, they had a breach. And so their computers, everything was taken in the city. Our IT team went up there and helped them and support them to try and get them back where they needed to be. So 911. You have the 911 landline phone. True fact, 2018, 911 was in business for 50 years. And it started from the FCC as a federal thing. They were trying to work with AT&T at the time, as you can imagine, as a telephone provider, and said, we need one number that people can remember to get all the services that they need for help.
And that was the inception of 911. So today what happens is it's routed to either your local, first your primary PSAP, which is your local PSAP is a police department. So for here, your call, if you dial 911 and it's in the Menlo Park jurisdiction, it's going to go to Menlo Park Police Department. And then so they can decide whether they're going to transfer that call for fire or medical, or whether they're going to hold on to that call. And sometimes they might have a good reason to hold on to that call, but it doesn't mean that help isn't being started. Some of those reasons might be, there's a shooting and the police dispatcher wants to get that suspect information. We saw this really high in the 90s. There were a lot of shootings that were happening in our neighborhoods in the 90s. And so someone would call 911 and ask for help, and then we would give them instructions on how to control the bleeding. But many times the police dispatcher wants to ask, Rob, you were a police officer, what do they want to know?
Everything they can get.
What does he look like? What does she look like? What does the suspect look like? Do they have a weapon? So sometimes our police dispatchers will hold onto those calls and gather that information so that they can give that information out to police officers who are responding to the call. In the meantime, they're probably calling us to say, I need you to start fire and medical to this location. There's been a shooting. We're going to ask them a series of questions. The first question we ask is the scene secure? And that's really important because we're not going to send the firefighters and the paramedics into a scene safety issue. They're going to wait for the cops, right, Rob? It's a running fire cop joke, as you all know. So it's really.
Just to get the record straight, I hadn't been in a police uniform since 1979.
Okay, well, thank you. I guess I'm dating myself then.
So, you know, that's when we
Yes.
had to make a phone call, check in, stuff like that. Square wheels on police cars.
So at some point, we have our landline, right? And our landline is great because our landline tells us exactly where you're at. But then we went ahead and went forward wireless, and it was a game changer. True fact, in San Mateo County, we didn't switch over to wireless. We were one of the last in the state because we were so concerned about what that workload would look like. And here we are today, and we have great technology to support text to 911 and to support 911 wireless, to give us almost proximity exactly what that location is. With Next Gen 911, it's even going to get better. That technology will get better. And that is an initiative right now by the state OES 911 office. Their goal is to have all of us onto Next Gen 911 by November of 2024. They've been working hard at this in the background. We'll see if we'll be able, our hope is they're going to do it November 2024. We'll see. We're waiting for some other counties to switch over before we do. But we will be doing right along with what the state is asking us to do. And we're working on that now. So what happens is it starts with the police dispatcher. And it's all based, like the wireless, it's based on the routing, it's based on towers, cell tower sites. But we have some technology that now supports it so we can look even deeper as to where a caller is if we can't figure it out with the resources that we have. So accreditation, I talked about accreditation. This is a big deal for us. We're only one of 15 accredited centers in the state of California, and internationally, one of 134. In the US, I thought that was international. So IEAD is the International Academy of Emergency Medical Dispatch. This is what we use to give just instructions for pre-arrival instructions. This is in a computer. So what that means is 100 calls per month are pulled randomly from our center. We have a national queue, which is a quality assurance person, and that national queue listens to our calls for service. Of those 100 calls, they make sure that our dispatchers are following the science and the data behind this to support the why. So it makes sure that we're giving CPR instructions correctly, we're delivering babies correctly. So that is the beauty of this system. After they monitor 100 calls per month, and they're just randomly pulled, so we don't get to pick and choose. They choose the calls, we deal with the outcome. We are right now going through our reaccreditation process. And we just got a phone call last week that we are right on path to be reaccredited. That's a huge deal. Most centers don't even achieve this. And we achieved it, and we've had it. I should have brought the date, exact date, but I want to say that I know that I've been using these protocols since I started dispatching. And that was in 1997. I started with the department in 1995 as secretary to the director. So I understood a lot of the behind the scenes of how things work. Hence why I was part of the Model B conversations. I was taking notes. In any case, this is what we use to help us with our accreditation and to help us understand and measure that we're doing it right. If we weren't doing it right, there are many centers out there that are not accredited. And they still use this protocol system, but they're not accredited. That comes with a really big deal. I'm very proudful of my team for that accreditation, and that we continue to reaccreditate and keep that accreditation. So in 2023, these are calendar year, not fiscal year. We handled 361,249 calls were processed for the year. Of those calls, it's about an average of 30,000 per month and about 1,000 calls per day. One of our busiest days was the storm day last January, actually, not this most recent one, but last January. And on that day, do you remember, Beatrice, was it, I wanted to say it was almost, that's what I thought. It was almost, it was double of what we, in that one day, 3,000 calls. It's a lot. But we have a room full of people. The great thing is that they're dispatchers, so they can answer the phones, they can talk on the radios. Some are trained only on the fire medical side, some are only trained on the law side. We've been working really hard to recruit, train, and get people up and working on those radios so that the help is there when you call. And I couldn't be more proud that I had to go to Mike Halliday and ask for an overhire. So we overhired by 5. We're going to continue hiring. We're going to get through that list. Because if you spent a day in dispatch, one of the things you know is that we're not able to retain people. It's a national problem. It's not a San Mateo County problem. It's not a PSC problem. It's a national problem. It felt really good earlier in the month of January when I was on the state OES call 911 directors, and I got to say, we don't have that problem here in San Mateo County. As you can imagine, everybody started asking, how did you do it? What did you do differently? And we'll talk a little bit more about that. So for your fire calls, we talked about 911. So the dispatcher, I'm gonna walk you through this a little bit. So imagine you're living in North Fair Oaks, we'll say in District 5, or Engine 5's district. So you get a call on, let's go 400 block 5th Avenue. So 400 block 5th Avenue, ring, ring, ring. Our dispatcher answers it, a law dispatcher. Do you need police, fire, or paramedic? And why we would, on the law side, be answering that call because it's North Fair Oaks, so that is unincorporated. So that call is going to come to us. We're going to answer it. Do you need police, fire, or paramedics? Now, Jen, you're an experienced call taker. How many of those people are very calm when they call 911?
That varies. That varies. But for the most part, I think people are able to communicate. The job of the dispatcher at that point is to decipher what they say, as sometimes they can't tell you. Because a lot of times you'll say, do you need police, fire, or medical? No. And then you have to say, tell me exactly what happened. So once you actually interrogate them and ask them, tell me what happened, as a dispatcher, I can make that decision. This is gonna be a combined incident where I'm gonna need a fire department, I'm gonna need my ambulance, and I'm gonna need police personnel to respond. So it just depends on what it is we need to do. So we have basically 2 sides of the room, but once the call is initiated, if it needs a fire and EMS response, we'll transfer to the other side of the room because those dispatchers are understanding that this will be a combined incident, and if that law enforcement agency happens to be an outside agency, we will announce the call to the other agency if it's law enforcement and transfer that call to them so they can process the call silently. So it's usually about 30 to 45 seconds in order to initiate the location. We do get some overflow calls that'll come in around the San Bruno Mountain area from San Francisco, or we have to reinitiate back over to San Francisco or the Palo Alto border, where we have to initiate over to Palo Alto or Santa Clara County. But for the most part, the actual way that 911 works is actually pretty well in delegating where those calls should be going in the first place. So it's just a matter of determining if somebody's calling for somebody in a different location, which is why we always say, what's the location of the emergency? Because if you just say, what's your location? They're gonna be like, I live on Main Street, but my grandma's dying in Palo Alto. So, there's a process to that to ensure that we're asking for the right information timely.
And we didn't always answer the phone that way. So when Jen said right now about, tell me exactly what happened. We, on the law side, stole that from the medical side that had data to support it. So these protocols are offered in police and fire, and you may ask why we don't have them for fire and for fire and police. We have licenses we kept one deck because we want to explore them, but the law part of it was basically this company was born out of the medical side and not the law enforcement side. And so we wanted to wait until the law enforcement side got better with their lines of questioning before we decided if we were going to go back to using them. So that tell me exactly what happened has been proven over and over and over again that people respond to this, and that's why they ask it. So now we've trained our law dispatchers to ask that same question.
Just real quick, if a fire call comes into Menlo Park Police, subsequently transferred to you, does it transfer directly to the fire dispatcher?
Mhm.
It doesn't go back through law enforcement?
It even gets better than that. They have, at Menlo Park PD, they have two buttons, a fire button, a medical button. They push that button, and that's true of every dispatch center in the county. So they just have to push that one button. We have microwaves in this county, which is another form of communication. You could probably tell us about it, but that's another form of communication that the dispatchers communicate with other cities. They communicate on a microwave line. So great question. So tell me exactly what happened is basically, I can just read verbatim. If they say that they have a fire call, the local Menlo Park fire or police dispatcher will push that Menlo button. And same for Atherton. They will push the fire button and it rings to us. So one of our fire trained dispatchers will answer it. And same with the EMS. It's a button they push and one of our dispatchers answers it and is ready to ask this line of question. They're gonna ask every time, what is the location of your emergency? Because it's really important to get that right. And this protocol auditor who audits our calls tells us we need to ask that location a second time and we're not going to just take someone's word off of it. But as you can imagine, they have their computer screen that gives them a location on a map and they're hearing it. So they're double verifying with that technology. So we asked, tell me exactly what happened. We usually get what we want right out of that. And then we will ask if there are flames, if there is a fire. There's things to ask. Some things might be a full assignment. Other things might be a structure fire. You're going to get a different response depending on what you tell us on the phone. We will ask if there's smoke. That's important. It's also important to ask maybe the color of the smoke. Could be different. Sometimes with our full assignments, what you might get is someone reporting that I smell something that's burning. I can smell it, but I don't see smoke and I don't see flames. Well, we might want to send the whole cavalry just to go and look into that. It might be more, and we would call a full assignment. So medical calls, again, it's the same thing, location, phone number, tell me exactly what happened. Anybody give me any type of medical call and I can just give you an example of the types of questions that they ask.
Heart attack.
Heart attack? Okay. So I'm gonna ask you what's your address. I'm gonna ask you for your phone number. I'm gonna say, okay, tell me exactly what happened. If it's obvious that the person is not breathing, it's gonna shunt me. Shunt me means the computer is gonna tell me to go off to another card. And that card, if you're not breathing, is going to be the 9 card. The 9 card is our full arrest card. And what that means by the 9 card, it's a cardiac and respiratory arrest. So it's gonna jump right there. If you are breathing, then it's gonna ask me, so I'm not the patient, I'm calling for Ametris. Ametris is breathing. Are you with the patient now? Yes, I am. Okay. All right, how old is she? Is she awake? Is she breathing? All of those questions get asked in order. And depending on the response to those questions, it gets us to the right chief complaint. And then we can ask questions. So if she was unconscious and breathing, we'd still go. Or if she was not conscious, not breathing, suspected death, we're gonna go to the 9 card. Tell me, please, why does it look like she's dead? Sometimes callers will call us and say, they're dead, they're dead, they're dead, and that's all we hear. So we can jump right to that card. If they are still unconscious, but they're breathing, it will shunt us, and these are all signed off by the chief medical director, Dr. Gilbert, which is right here out of Sanford Hospital. It'll give us pre-arrival instructions, so we can tell them how to give CPR. One of the things I think is absolutely great out of this card deck is also everything, but one of the things I think is amazing is the stroke card. Our dispatchers will read to the caller, have Ametria say to me, the early bird catches the worm, because there's science to support that when someone can't read that sentence in that way, they may have suffered to a stroke. The beauty of this system here in San Mateo County is we have a stroke vehicle that can handle that transport. And it's all coming from one center. So they're starting the fire response, they're starting the medical response, they're telling those paramedics, we think we have a stroke victim, and now they're talking to the hospital, all through ReadyNet. We know which are stroke hospitals. We know which ones can take them. It's a lot to manage in this big system. This is our San Mateo County Regional Operations Center. What I'd like to say is we were in the basement of the Hall of Justice. I don't know if anybody's ever been there. It was my pride and joy for 20 plus years. In 2019, we moved out. And the Rock was built. The Rock it's an essential services building. And so what that means is there are certain requirements that have to come along with that. So being that we are a 911 center, being that we are the primary 911 center and secondary 911 center for all fire and medical, we have to have a center that's going to withhold an earthquake, a flood, and that we can sustain. So in the 1989 earthquake, when we were in the basement, I wasn't in the basement at the time, but Sue Anderson, one of our directors was, and Jamie Young, another previous director, were, and they were working in the center at the time, and the center flooded in 1989 during that earthquake. That will not happen in this center. You can't see it in this picture, that's why I can't wait to give you a tour, but we have a full kitchen that our dispatchers can use, much like the firehouse. We have enough consoles to support 20 dispatchers on duty at one time. This wall here is where our training room is. There's an earlier picture that you saw of a dispatcher and she had like a lot of papers up. That's Jackie, one of our newer dispatchers that we hired from Shasta County. She is also a Tri-Center. In any case, that's our training room. So in our training room, it looks just like our 911 center. We have 6 consoles that are set up. We hired 9 today, so they're all gonna have to share when they're in training. But it gives them the ability to work in the system, hands-on in test mode, before we put them out in the center and have them take live calls from people. They go through an extensive amount of training before they do that. But this is a beautiful center, and I can't wait to show it to you. And
How many of the training hours of the roughly 1,000 training hours are before they start taking calls?
Ooh.
would say we have 4 to 6 weeks of in-house academy. That's like classroom training time, and then another 8 to 12 weeks of on-the-job training with a side-by-side trainer who sits and basically essentially shadows what they're doing and takes full responsibility for their actions. So,
About 300 hours or something.
yeah, it's pretty extensive, and it takes about 18 months before you start to feel fully comfortable and integrated into the position, because there's just so much to understand with protocols, laws, you know, all the things that you need to learn, how to manage your callers, how to appropriately send the right responses, how to ensure that you're using, you know, safety as your first defense on everything. Everything is safety related. So it's a big job for a lot of people. It's very hard for people to get through training, because there's not just the technical side of it and the memory side of it, and we don't use the word multitask anymore, but prioritization, and also just being able to be resilient to the type of calls that come through our center.
It's a lot of hours when you figure that an EMT class is 160.
Yeah,
For
it is a-
EMT
it is a-
certification. That just puts it in perspective.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Pretty specialized.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We are. What you don't get to see is our beautiful yard, which is, we have 2 tanks on the property, and one is all of our water. So the idea is that if and when an earthquake happens and things were to be destroyed, our 911 center would still stand, and we'd be able to support ourselves and the rest of the county. The water is kept, we have generators during this storm mode, actually, this storm season. Our generators, at one point, the power was off. I don't remember what day that was. It was sometime about 3 weeks ago, I think, and so all the lights were off, as you can imagine, in downtown Redwood City, but we weren't. We were lit up and ready to serve, and we did. We kept, I mean, it kept going off and on the whole time because PG&E, the power kept going off, but we were able to maintain service. Now it's time for you guys, any questions? And anything I didn't explain that you want further explanation on? I mean, one of the things I wanted to talk about, which is what we are doing differently and why we're able to, you guys don't mind if I sit?
Go.
If we recruit, what we recruit is, you know, as a dispatcher, I told you that I wanted basically a plan to tell me how we were gonna accomplish some of the things that we needed to accomplish, recruitment being one of them. So one of the things that we did was, I said, we need to look at our recruitment processes. And what we found, or what I found, very surprised, we were still taking the written exam that I took in 1995. I'm sorry, 97 when I started. And I said, that is a problem and we need to change it. So Ametris with Jeff Collins, our recruitment gentleman who we hired, worked together with our HR team. And together they, you know, I knew there was a system called Critical that I had looked at in 2008 and thought there's another way. So what Jeff and Ametris did is they met with HR and they figured out how so here's the other catcher. The test cost people $70 to take it. And we had to align our recruitments with South Bay down in San Jose because they were the only ones that would hold the test. That's all changed. So today now what we do as of July 1st of this last year, any applicant who applies for our job, they do it from the computer. They get assigned a test and they're able to take the critical test, which is more in line with how we do business today, which is on the computers. And the critical test scores them, monitors their testing, and uploads their scores. And we get to pick the average of what we will pick for that score. Now, we've taken some of our senior dispatchers, some of our newer dispatchers, and we found a number in between to say that'll be our best fit for a brand new dispatcher. What that does to me, remember I talked about equity? That's an equity issue. If you have to pay $70 to take a test to get a job, that's a problem. We're getting in people's way, good people's way. Because I don't know if you know, but to be a dispatcher, you have to go through a background. very much similar to the police background that cops go through. Our dispatchers go through that same background. So to me, that's an equity issue. That was one of the things that we fixed. So now any person that applies for a job with PSC, they can take that test from their home. The other thing that we're doing is figuring out why are dispatchers, why is their average rate 10 years? And then they don't want to work in dispatch anymore. We've had happy careers here. We've both been here for over 20 years. Jen's approaching her 20 years. I don't get it. I love what I do. Well, Mark said it when he started. We're the first responders. People weren't paying attention. And so a lot of help was going as deserved. The cops and the firefighters and the paramedics who are seeing what's going on, they need that help. In the rest of the nation, dispatchers are considered secretaries. They are still called that today. They're called telecommunicators. They're not considered first they but we're learning that there's science and data that says that the dispatchers, what they hear, if they don't ever hear the end, they make up that outcome in their brain. And if you imagine the types of calls that people are taking, I know the types that I've taken, and I apologize for anybody, but a mother who's found her son who's committing suicide, that is a dispatcher giving that caller instructions on how to cut their son the rope off. That's the dispatcher giving CPR instructions. They hear a lot. We've all heard a lot in our careers. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, please be very around running over time, please.
Oh, I didn't realize what time it was.
No, I'm saying my mind.
Oh, I thought you said
You're
time.
fine. You're fine. And you touched upon an area in which one of the questions I was gonna ask you was, what are the primary reasons besides maybe 10 years that, white people leave?
Culture.
And you start talking about I don't know if it's pressure or just the constant bombardment of the pressure of people having to take other people's lives somewhat, kind of having to have to work through it, whatever they're going through. So I won't use the word psychological, but it appears to me that there is that pressure there to constantly have someone else's life in possibly in your hand, and some make it and some don't.
You bring up a really good point. So what the science is telling us, because there's a lot of, there's dispatcher organizations and associations. The one here that Ametreus is the vice president is California National Emergency Number Association. And so Nina has done some studies, as well as IEAD, as well as APCO. That's another company that, or not company, organization that supports dispatch. So they've all done studies on how to retain dispatchers. And essentially it is, they say the average life of a dispatcher expectancy to be working is 10 years at that job. Exactly to your point. It's a many factors. I truly believe a lot of it has to do with the culture within and a great support system. Ametreus and I spoke this morning to our newest 9 folks, and what we talked a lot about was their support at home. And do they have that support? Do they have the right type of support? Because they're gonna need that on those hard days. I know that on the days that were tough for me, I went home and cried to my husband. How am I gonna do this job? And do it every single day. And so that's where I had support. What Ametreus and I are doing is we have a doctor, her name's Dr. Westerkamp, and she is our well-being officer. So when we talk about what we're doing differently, I am the first department, Public Safety Communications is the first department in the county that has a well-being, inclusive, and belonging coordinator. This idea came to my head in 2020. I met Dr. Westerkamp and I said, I need you to come here and help me figure out what's the magic recipe to taking care of dispatchers. because we're not doing it. She specializes in PTSD and trauma. And she took that science and that data and she interviewed many of our dispatchers. And basically she wrote a scholarly review with recommendations. And we have been implementing those recommendations. So one of the things that we did is I needed to find someone who understood dispatch, who was trustworthy enough to talk to dispatchers. And so ironically, it fell in my lap. One of our dispatchers chose to stop being a dispatcher because she was burnt out. She started out as at Stockton Fire, came over here, and she got burnt out. And she said, I couldn't do it anymore, but I love the job. Love it. Love my job, but it's hard. I'm taking this stuff home. So she took a break from us, went to us, started working for us part-time many years ago. She continued working part-time, and right before right after in 2020, when I had this harebrained idea about getting help, I thought of her. So you've been doing the job for over 20 years, you understand, and she had already put herself through school to do the science behind how to deal with stress, how to deal with PTSD. So she was a perfect person. She came in, she worked with the doctor, together they're implementing some of those recommendations. So one of the things that we're doing better, that group of 9 that's in their first grouping, they're going to have a psychologist, Dr. Fay. They're going to meet him as a brand new, before they even answer a phone. And then what we're doing for our dispatchers that are there, we hold wellness events. So we hold 4 quarterly wellness events. And what those wellness events are is meeting with Dr. Fay. How are you doing? It's also ways to talk to them about stress, because what we realized is we can say all these things, but if we're not putting structures and processes to make those changes, they're not going to sustain. And we put structures in place. We've recruited a well-being team, which is our group of dispatchers coming together to try and make the life of a dispatcher better while they're at work, because they're there for 12 to 16 hours a day, which is a long time. And then you add on overtime. PSC still does have overtime right now, but we're working forward with all of our recruitments and all the people that we're hiring to minimize that amount of overtime for our dispatchers so that they're not working as many hours of overtime. 2 of our dispatchers are actually per diem right now for Menlo Park Police. They're wanting to be trained to help out because I know they have a shortage as well. Go ahead, sir.
I wanted to ask you again, to make sure I understood the order of, or the sequence of events on a fire call for a moment. Do I understand correctly that if there were a fire right here and I called 911, the call would go directly to the police department? And then the police department would hit one of the red button or whatever, and it would go to you.
Correct.
And that's when all those questions get answered.
Correct.
Okay, so but what makes the police person hit the button? Don't they have to ask a bunch of questions also?
So what most police dispatchers will do is they'll say 911 emergency, do you need police, fire, or paramedics? And when they say fire, they're transferring it over to the fire department.
Without any sort of in between. I mean, one of the concerns we've had is we have no visibility on how long it takes for the initial call to come in for us finally to get the dispatch and so forth.
Yeah, I would say it's within seconds.
I see.
I can't imagine it being too long, only because the priority of almost every dispatch center, we have a 2-ring maximum. Anybody in the room has to answer that phone within 2 rings. I mean, storm mode might be the anomaly to that, where we're overloaded and we're having to answer as quick as we can. But for any dispatcher, the priority is to determine the emergency and who needs it, and that one-touch transfer is very quick. It's usually about 30 seconds, and there's no hold time. It's not like CHP, where CHP has extensive hold times where you'll wait for the next agent. You know, we're fortunate in this county that all of our law enforcement agencies have a quick 1 dial, press the button, it transfers all of the data and all the information. We announce the call, fire department, how can I help you? They give us the gist of the information, and within the first 2 questions, we usually have something we can dispatch off of. So it's a pretty quick process once we get the call, and I don't think very many law enforcement agencies would hold on to a call unless there was a shooting or stabbing, in which case they turn to their partner and say, call PSC and start them while I interrogate them on the law portion of it.
Let me ask about response time also, because it's been a major concern of mine. It's been very hard to get good information on response time. The studies that we did do, and they're now a couple years old, were showing that it was taking on average about 90 seconds. We had set up a target of 1 minute for that. It was taking about 90 seconds. I don't want to kind of attest to the accuracy of the data or anything, but I'm wondering if you have any data about that? And
I do, so right now, we just ran data, so 2019, this is important. And Chief, I can get this to you, but in 2019, so Chief Magdalenas, which is one of the other fire chiefs, had asked for a comparison from before we had Versaterm CAD to when we have Versaterm. So in 2019, we were using station ordering. Remember I told you what station ordering is? The fire department gets to choose which closest fire stations are to a location. That was 2019 data. Fast forward to 2023 data, which we just did. We're now on Versaterm. We're not dispatching by station ordering. We're dispatching by the AVL, which is the locator that tells us where the cops are, the fire engines are. So what AVL told us is our response times increased, got better by 30 seconds by using the automatic vehicle locator.
do you know what it is actually now?
I have to send the report, but it has gone, in other words, your response times have improved by 30 seconds. What that actual number is right now, average response time, I don't remember off the top of my head, but I will look that up and get it to you.
Do you have some other measure of kind of the effectiveness or the productivity of the dispatch center other than response time?
We have response times, we monitor from the time they answer the phone to entry, because that's all regulated by the state. So the state goes ahead and looks through our call every day. We get a report that talks about our calls and if we're meeting that average response time in answering. So I can't speak about the fire department shoot times, but I can speak about our dispatch times when we enter to receive or receive to entry and then dispatch. If that makes sense.
One last question from you. You mentioned, I guess, the mission-specific applications. What you mentioned, ShotSpotter. How do you interface
With ShotSpotter,
Yeah.
it's on the computer. So all of our dispatchers are required to log into ShotSpotter. So when ShotSpotter goes off, it basically sounds the whole room. And then the dispatcher interacts, sees where the call is, and then enters it into our CAD. And it automatically integrates with the two. And then we dispatch the call off that. Off the ShotSpotter, we call it a shot because it's not an actual shooting and it's coming from the speaker box of ShotSpotter. So we use that to help us determine the location, and it's all on a map. So the map will display for the dispatchers where that call is, where that ShotSpotter call activation is, the address. It's pretty in-depth, the mapping system.
So the only ShotSpotter I know is in Palo Alto. So once shot goes off, picks up the sound, it comes to you, and then you kind of figure out where it is, and then relay that back to the police department.
Yes, so ShotSpotter initially, all we got, so ShotSpotter, I don't know if everybody knows, but they're right here across the bay. And it's their offices. So they have a dispatch center there. So as dispatchers, we can receive calls of one of two ways. We can have them look at the calls, which that's all they do is listen to shots being fired all day long. When we first got ShotSpotter, the technology wasn't that. We had to listen to the calls. And they came out and they trained dispatchers to determine whether or not that was a gun, whether that was a garbage can, a garbage truck. I mean, there were all kinds of crazy things that you would hear. So I like that the responsibility is on their experts and not on us, because truly what we should be getting is gunshot calls, not fireworks calls, not garbage cans. That's what we used to get a lot of. So we let their center determine what is an actual gunshot. They enter it, we see it visually, we enter it, and we start.
And I think the police get a direct link now
They do
too
too.
in their vehicles, so they'll get an activation at the same time the center does. So usually they're already starting themselves that way before we actually hit enter on the call, because we're getting it simultaneously, and they're like, I'm right around the corner. You know, so they're very proactive and, yeah, they monitor it heavily. We don't have the playback anymore because it is monitored off-site, but they have playback in the vehicles, so they will often say, you know, this is what we have, and, you know, we found casings, or what it is it came upon, because the GPS coordinates on it, because it pulls by sensors in different locations, it's pretty accurate, like up to front porch, back porch, side of the
I was
Um,
house.
just gonna ask you about that.
Yeah, it's pretty accurate, so it'll actually coordinate it for you to look down to the moment, which is kind of good if you have people in a wooded area or an area that's congested, where we can kind of isolate which part it came from. So it's very sophisticated, it's a lot more sophisticated than it used to be, we used to hear kids cheerleading. And then it got much better. Yeah, so now that they filter it though, it's much nicer, we only get true activations and stuff, you know. Focus.
When you were talking about post and training standards, what is the minimum curriculum hours for statewide relative to a dispatcher?
It's 3 weeks, so that would be,
Let's put
1/4.
120.
120.
Yeah, they start off at 120, so, once they come on board, and they either go to South Bay or we go on the Pulse Academy, there's 120 hours they have to have first, within that year. Then after that is 24 hours every 2-year cycle.
As a research?
Yes.
So, if let's say they wanted to work for Santa Clara County, they could use that certification.
Yes,
So
Absolutely.
it's confluent with all your other agencies. It's kind of like police officer post.
Yep.
For the different minimum standards and the different hours.
we are trying to hire like a lot of laterals for that reason, and we haven't been able to really be, you know, competitive until recently. And somebody, my colleague actually asked me what had changed, and you know, I'm gonna owe credit to our recruitment team in HR, because we did this video, and then Demetrius and I got a little crazy with the video. So basically we did it, we're really big into hearing the ideas from our team. And so some of our newer team members on the dispatch floor wanted to make a video, and they wanted to get involved to talk about the day in the life of a dispatcher and come work for us. So they really talked about the differences, about what makes us better and why our agency does all these things, like the well-being committee and EMS committee, committees where dispatchers have a voice. And so we made a video, and then we published that video on LinkedIn, and it became a game, because then we started competing with the other comm managers in the state, and her and I know a lot of people in the country. So what ended up happening is we saw a lot of other 911 centers started doing the same thing, which is pretty cool. But yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Chuck.
Go ahead, Rob, and then Chuck, we're gonna make you the last question. But we'll make you, okay, last comment, and then we have to get on with our agenda. And we'll align the tour so that we can ask more questions.
I can't wait to give you the tour, because they monitor a lot.
Softball. These other county agencies like Public Works, Parks, how are they dispatched, or are they dispatched? Is there any radio communication? Do they have their separate communication center? And I'm sure they're linked to you in some way in case, you know, I find some type of a crime or something, but is there another dispatch
So
group
we
that's
have-
not in your center, or is
No.
it separate?
We handle it. So
You handle all those?
we handle
those
county
calls?
parks, and we handle county public works. So after hours, so during the day, they're out doing their business and their calls, but after hours, we dispatch for them. County parks is full and public works, they have radios, so they're out and about, and we're always monitoring. And if they need something, they say county, you know, they'll have their park call sign or their public works call sign, and we'll talk to them. You talked about integration, yes. So our mapping system has our county public works system also as part of one of the layers of the map. So
Chuck, that answered, thank you.
I wanted to ask you again about this idea of the call going to the police department initially. If the police department is only saying police, fire, or medical, why wouldn't it just go to you and you could do that? I mean, it doesn't seem like a police department needs to ask those three questions.
it's very political. What I'm going to say is there was a grand jury report that in San Mateo County quite a few years ago, I don't know, probably 20 years ago.
Well, I was on the grand jury when we.
So you were part of the grand jury
Well, there
back
were
then.
two reports, I think, 2007, 2008, and I think 2006, 2007.
Yes.
Yeah, somewhere around there.
And Jamie was our director then.
Yeah.
So the recommendation, I think, I don't want to say anything that I shouldn't be saying, but I will just say fiscally, it makes sense. But you're talking about jobs. You're talking about, Daly City was the last agency that we contracted with, that was most recent from the police agencies. And what happened in that situation is their center had a shortage of dispatchers. And eventually they ended up not coming to the center and they couldn't staff the center. So the police chief came to us and said, I need your help. I have a staffing problem, and we said, no problem, we're here to help. We'll figure out how to do it. And then July of 2017, we took over their dispatch center part-time. But the state has rules about that. And the state states that if you're gonna get any part of reimbursement for the equipment that you purchased to run your operation, we're not gonna give you that money if you're not running your center 24/7. So Poma just had this a few years ago. Poma was dispatching part-time, and now they've been forced by the state to either take over full-time, or you will no longer get that reimbursement from the state. So it is a political thing.
I mean, it doesn't make any sense. I thought it had to be political or it was stupidity, but it doesn't make sense.
I mean, I think there were two reports. One went one way, the other one went the other way, right, to have more, I think the latter, the 2007, 2008 report, I remember correctly, it was so long ago, wanted more efficiencies. So it was just very political.
It's political. I mean, I'll give you an idea, even for myself, when people see me, if I'm visiting with one of their police folks, they might go, okay, what's going on? Are they wanting to take over our center? I mean, it gets very political.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say thank you. I mean, we visited that when I was on the grand jury, the old dispatch center, and I'm just very glad to hear about the wellness program. And I'm very glad that you have much better working conditions than you had back at that time, which I hope will help with the wellness of the dispatchers. I'm hoping, I mean, obviously there are other issues that you have to deal with, but hopefully the working conditions will make it easier for you to do your job and feel, more relaxed in a very frenetic and stressful environment. So thanks for doing that. I mean, it was fascinating to go visit it at the time, and seeing the new center versus the old one is just, it's literally like night and day. You were like, it felt like a dungeon.
It did.
Yeah.
And you were in the dark the whole day.
I'm absolutely convinced that the new center pretty much saved San Mateo County in the pandemic.
Oh,
Had
I'm
we been
sure.
in close quarters with
Yeah.
8 positions or 12 positions as opposed to 30 that we now have,
Yeah.
is phenomenal. We have 6 feet between every console. We have enough room for people
It's
to
great.
be self-sufficient, to have that boundary of, safe space, to be able to wipe down a console and have the disinfectant and be able to move to a different one without actually disturbing people. It's pretty phenomenal. The timing was
Yeah, no
Okay.
kidding. Well, thank you.
Thank you all.
So thank you very much for coming to our meeting. We appreciate it. For me personally, I appreciate all the passion that you have for what you do.
Did it come out?
And I can definitely sense that passion. I actually had a chance to work with you at a big event in Oakland once. I was
Oh.
dispatching medical calls. And you were in charge of the dispatch center at the I think it was the Coliseum at that event.
Absolutely, so we're.
Yeah, so I know how she operates and I know her passion personally. And I was the inexperienced one in there, so I really appreciate what you all do and then I know that there's a lot of interest. What we're trying to do as a fire district is just make sure that from the time the person has an emergency and they pick up their phone, that we're doing everything possible from end to end to get that emergency, the responder out there. I agree, you're a first responder, no question about it with the flip charts and everything else. That's where the process starts, but we want to get somebody on scene. And so it's whatever we can do to optimize that. And I do believe the next major step for that will be a nice tour to see what you actually do in person. I think it's kind of hard to appreciate until you either look over the shoulder of somebody or put on the training headset and hear it live. It's an eye-opening experience, I know. So we'll work on that for the next step as well. And thank you very much for coming to our meeting.
Thank
Appreciate
you
it.
all. We're happy to be here.
And
Thank you.
when the county executive office took over the function, it took a 360.
The mean.
The whole, the management, the funding, Measure K. I just saw just a huge. The whole system.
It helps because, having someone who understands public safety at the top. And having Mike Callady be able to understand that, he understands dispatch, so it helps to get some of those things. They made it more
Thank you.
of a.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Commissioner Michelle, I'll just open if there's any public comment or questions on this topic.
There are no public comments.
Any in the room? None in the room?
Quick, just note of appreciation for you and your team, and also have a dispatch center be able to say they're fully staffed, it's like a uniform. Wow. So thank you. We will figure out a way to get our board out there without violating the Brown Act.
Oh.
There you go.
I would love that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
You guys, and if you have more questions, honestly, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you.
We're open 24/7.
Yeah, we'll funnel them through the chief.
That's
Organized chaos.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Michelle's great.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. We agree. All right, moving on our agenda, we're on item number 2. This was anticipated to be kind of the longest presentation release of the agenda. We'll see what happens later, before I use those words, but.
It could be the chief's report.
Yeah.
It could be the chief's report.
But we'll go ahead and go on to the chief's report.
I don't think it will be my report. Thank you. Thank you, board. Director Bloom, members of the board, everyone that's joining us today, staff and the public that are here in person and on Zoom. I'm happy to share with you what's been going on for the last month. Very quickly, just a quick update on our Station 1 design project. It's ongoing. We've had monthly meetings. We are planning a visit to COSI to look at their training facility out there, just as kind of a field trip. And looking forward to meeting with our facilities committee next month to provide them with some updates. Recruitment and hiring update, mechanic recruitment is ongoing. We had 12 applications, 8 people that met the minimum qualities, 5 that made it through interviews, and we're working on establishing an eligible list. I'm optimistic we're going to get a qualified fire mechanic from that recruitment. The fire prevention recruitment, we're basically still in backgrounds, hoping to onboard our 2 new employees mid-March. Other items, updates for us just on what's going on in the community engagement unit. A lot going on. I know in last month's report, it's kind of slow because of the holidays. It's no longer slow. We held, Heather, Mike, et cetera, everyone else, held their first CERT firefighter rehab class. They had 27 CERT members that signed up and participated in how, they can help assist us with rehab stations. The culmination of this is going to be, setting up rehab at our upcoming training out of rescue site at the end of this month. Really great way to engage our CERT members, the ones that want to keep participating. So they're gonna be setting up rehab stations there for our firefighters. You also get to see some pretty cool action out there with some live fire. Really big deal, also is on Saturday, January 27th, Heather hosted a CERT meeting out at the warehouse. Really well attended. There was over 30 members there. We also had a swearing in of current CERT members as disaster service members for the first time for us. We had a member from East Palo Alto PD administer the oaths, and the people signed their statements. And also, as part of that, kind of in line with that, we had our first CERT DSW activation during the storm. I think that information was shared with the board, but for everyone that's here, I'll also share that the city of Menlo Park, I think it was the assistant city manager, reached out to John Johnston, inquiring if we had some CERT members that were DSW that could help them with some outreach and checking on the status of people in areas that had lost power. And so we had 5 members that had just recently been sworn in that showed up, and we split them into 2 teams, and it was really great first start. So no sooner had we sworn them in than word got out that we had the ability to actually direct, engage, and help serve our community. So that's really great news. Other things going on, the group has supported the Peninsula Schools staff emergency drill. They've been teaching classes in CPR and AED class to resident assistants at Menlo College. Same thing with a class to the employees at the Guild Theater. They provided incident command training to the emergency management team and engineers at Meta. And also we held a Red Cross Ready in Spanish class to approximately 110 residents in North Fair Oaks in partnership with Climate Resilient Communities, 110, which is great. And I'm pretty sure, I hope I'm not mistaken, Carlos, who's one of our interns and future permanent fire prevention employees, was instrumental in helping instruct in Spanish. So really good news. That's the update from what's going on in our community engagement unit. Data and analytics, no data this month, and the reason for that is we've updated the formatting of the report, and then as I was looking at the data, we have some numbers that are still off. I don't want to put them out there for the public when they're not all jiving, so we're working on those. I'm hoping to have good data for the board at next month's meeting. Like I said, it was just, we have total calls that aren't matching up on our different charts, so look forward to sharing with you accurate data next month. The joint dispatch meeting with Mike Kelly. I alluded to this at the beginning of the presentation from Natasha. We met last Wednesday afternoon. I have some notes here to share with you and kind of provide a synopsis of what occurred at that meeting. First of all, in attendance, besides Mike, we had representing fire agencies, myself, Chief Myers from North County Fire, Chief Armstrong, who works for CAL FIRE, also County Fire Department, and representing COSI. Those are the fire agencies that are on the management committee on the ALSJPA. At representing cities, we had Clay Holstein, the Brisbane City Manager, Rico Medina, San Bruno Mayor, Glenn Sylvester, Daly City Council Member, Melissa Stevenson Diaz, the Redwood City Manager. Natasha was also there, and a number of staff members from the auditor's office, so Mike could, talk about the numbers for us. Basically, the conversation was similar to the ones we've had in the past. The issue that Mike is trying to resolve is that he believes that the county is subsidizing dispatch services, which is in all likelihood very true. And we're all subsidizing services, them dispatch, us provision paramedic services across the county. So Mike's spreadsheet that he gave us showed what was the county's current cost to run public safety communication center, just for the fire site, not law enforcement. And his annual cost is approximately $6.7 million.
How much?
6.7 million.
Okay.
And he has removed from that, I know initial conversations, probably last year, he had included fully loaded costs that would, basically share costs for some council and the auditor's office and everything else. He's removed all of those costs. So now they're just costs, variable and, basically direct costs related to just the running of the public safety communications. The current contribution that's coming from the ALS JPA is approximately $2 million. So Mike's.
Can you explain what the 2 million is?
Oh, sure. So as part of the AMR contract, they pay a certain amount to all of the participating agencies, that's all the fire agencies. I don't know what the exact dollar amount is, but they make a contribution to the ALS JPA to pay us for what are basically first responder fees. That is, all of the fire agencies are providing firefighter paramedics out there, which allows, the clock to stop for AMR as soon as we get there. And so they pay, I'm gonna say it's approximately $5 million to the ALS JPA. That's a number I can't, it's approximate. From that, a certain amount goes to providing new updated defibrillators, part goes to paying for management of the ALS JPA. The remainder, a portion goes for upgrades of the communication infrastructure, like Natasha was talking about. The fire department's on the radio infrastructure. The remainder, $2 million, goes to the county to pay for dispatch services. So what Mike is saying is that he's got a shortfall of about, there's a rounding error here, but about $4.6 million. And he's looking to try and make up for that shortfall. His current ask to the group was, he always phrases it like this. He says, I'm happy to not be fully reimbursed for anything. I understand this is important, so I'm gonna call this my loss leader. And he is asked to us is, of that $4.6 million shortfall, he would like to recoup 50% of it. So $2.3 million is all he's asking for. And even beyond that, he's even willing to make it as painless as possible and make that, be spread over 3 years.
That's for all the agents.
That's all, not just us.
Right.
So that's for all 10 fire departments. Right?
For the county's
For
dispatch.
countywide.
For the
Yes,
county,
for the
for the
county's
county's dispatch.
Could you just explain that? Because it seems like this would be an annual shortfall.
It is, yes, this
So
is,
how can you spread an
well,
annual?
he's saying what I do, I'd love for you guys just to, I'd love for you guys to make up this difference right now, every year. Give me $2.3 million more every year, plus COLAs, right?
I mean, it's.
Right, and what he's saying is that, I know this is a shock, everyone's got budgets, there's some cities that have budget deficits. Willing to do this slowly, so over the next 3 years, it'll be, it's just a number, $800,000 this year, 1.6 million next year, 2.3 million the following. And then,
He would phase,
He
he
would
would
spread
phase it
it
in.
out,
yeah,
yeah.
phase it in.
Spread,
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, that's better. He would phase in that over time. That all, if we ever came to that agreement, would all be split amongst the 10 fire agencies based on, likely on call volume, right, the fairest. Yes, Director.
Well,
Maybe I missed something.
Sure.
yeah, you probably didn't, Bob.
You may not.
I think we all missed a little bit.
I'm trying to understand, Tasha,
Mhm.
when she quoted, 30,000 calls a month, how much of that is directed towards us?
Right.
And what the cost, do we have a cost associated with each call? And have you broke it down to how many calls come to us and what our portion should be for that?
When she reports those total numbers, that's for law enforcement, AMR, fire. I don't know if those are all emergency calls or how many calls they actually take on the phone.
Could be done with words too.
Sometimes there are non-emergency calls, so I know what that is. Of that number, we have in 22, 23, the fiscal year, we had 77,361 calls that were for fire.
And this is the last year you said.
Yeah, that was the last fiscal year. So approximately 77,000 calls are fire. The cost that Mike Callagy and his auditor, his accountants have separated for us are just the costs related to the fire side of the dispatch center. They've separated out law enforcement. So that's the numbers, of 77,000 calls, about 11,000 a year are ours. I'm using really round numbers. So, if we ever went down that road of agreeing to something more, our share would be in seven, ish of that number. Now this, I will share with you, was what the general tone was in the room. I think Mike's position was the county was subsidizing fire. Fire's position in all the cities there was, hey, we're all subsidizing the system, right? We are providing paramedics, we're not getting fully reimbursed for the cost of our paramedics. And when this all started, we all agreed there wasn't gonna be an exchange of money, and this is what we do for the greater good kind of concept. So no one on our side of the table has a desire to pay more. There was quite a bit of discussion on what fire adds to the system, and Melissa Stevenson Diaz actually had a recommendation to have a consultant, everyone loves a consultant, come in and study, I don't know whether.
Shared across all the fire districts, so.
Just study basically what the value that the fire departments and districts bring to the system, so we can, Mike's not seen from his perspective.
Well, then they should get the count.
Right.
Crazy.
And here's basically what we as fire agencies do. By us having firefighter paramedics on all of our apparatus, and this is all of them everywhere. The county is able to provide exceptionally good ALS response with this 6-minute and 59-second requirement countywide. They're able to do that because every fire agency has ponied up a firefighter paramedic on the rig, so we stop the clock. AMR has a requirement that they need to have an ambulance there with a paramedic on it within 12 minutes and 59 seconds. Right? So that's because we fire are covering it with our paramedics. That's the reason why there's $5 million coming into the system, is because in all likelihood, they've made a business decision that it's cheaper to pay these first responder fees than to actually staff up and provide, a paramedic service that can meet that 6-minute, 59-second threshold countywide.
So does Mike understand he understands this, right?
I think so. We brought that up, that really, I think the reality is in the absence of the fire agencies providing paramedics and stopping the clock,
Right.
the county would likely, if they wanted to provide the same level of ambulance transport services, would have to subsidize AMR or whoever else to a tune of significantly more than the $5 million, in order to make it all work. Right,
Well,
so
it's-
it's,
if you're the person receiving medical services,
6 minute
difference is an eternity.
oh, yeah, right.
I mean, that's
Yeah.
like really not an option.
Right. But that's, I mean, that's basically what fire is bringing
Ridiculous.
to the table is that increased level of service for all of our constituents countywide.
May I ask a question?
Sure.
Yeah, Chief, did they talk about the fees that AMR charges?
They did, yeah.
Is
They
it-
did a little
it's
transport, just how,
So,
yeah.
the way that they go, like, I think what is it, the average is like $3,000 a
Yeah.
call that
At
they do,
least,
and they're being paid for that $3,000 in addition to whatever the county subsidizes. Right?
That wasn't,
That
came
wasn't-
up on the periphery, but that really wasn't part of the
Just
discussion.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
Mark, we had someone come in, a member of the public come in, a few years ago and bring his ambulance bill, and it was like about $4,000. Remember, that was
that would be the question that I would
5-6 years
I
ago.
want to
would-
find out from
Yeah,
AMR.
I would be careful about making assumptions as to what's billed versus what's received. Because as an example, Medicare writes down an ALS call to about $400 and something. A BLS call gets written down to the ones I've seen for my mother-in-law. Those BLS transports, it would have been more expensive for us to call an Uber than to have the ambulance take her at the Medicare rate. So you've got to be very careful, kind of what a bill goes to. Now, the unfortunate part of it, and this is the unfortunate part of the insurance industry, is the people that see that $4,000 bill are the people that don't have insurance. So there's no contractual write-down, there's no negotiated rates, there's no Medicare, if they don't have Medicare, there's no Medicare cost. So they
It's a building cost.
they see a real cost to it. So the people that can least afford it, see, and then they don't pay it. And so then those eventually get written off as well. So I'm not trying to defend the cost in any shape or form. I just want to make sure that we're we're being cautious about not looking at a number up here and ignoring all the details about what might actually roll to the bottom line of an ambulance company, because it's materially different.
But they've got to keep those records per call as to what they charge or what they've been paid. They have to have that.
They won't release it to us.
Huh?
They won't give it to us.
Well, that's a big problem.
Now, the number that rolled up, $11 million, or I think it is, it said that they're looking for about the pony upward.
So Chief, just so we can put a bow on this,
Sure.
what's the next step?
That's
in this
great. I was
discussion?
just gonna say, I don't have a really clear idea of what the specific next step was. I will reach back out to Clay,
Are
the
they gonna-
Brisbane city manager, to see. It felt like there was an interest in, having that conversation about who's bringing what to the table.
Well, shouldn't that happen in the JPA meeting? I mean, is that was there one in January?
We did have one.
Rob, you were there,
Yeah.
I think that's right.
There was a
Yeah, I
January.
listened
There
in,
was
I
one,
listened
and
in
then the
via
next
phone.
one is gonna be what, in
I'll
March?
give myself that.
I mean, the problem
Still,
is
we
these
don't keep going.
meetings that are only quarterly, which means 4 times a year, get canceled.
So Rob will give his report
I
on the
know.
JP at that meeting when we get to the committee.
I know, but
liaison
yeah,
reports.
but I'm just saying that we just have to make sure
Yeah.
that those meetings aren't canceled. It's, when 50% of them are canceled, you can't really have the discussion, and this should be really brought up in those meetings, and Calgie has told me that he thought so too. So if there's any way to just put pressure to have those meetings, who knows if that's even come out with a good outcome, but those meetings should have this type of discussion in it.
So I will, like I said, I'll reach out to Clay and see what the next steps are and report back to the
Okay.
board.
Thank you.
Could I
That's
just ask
been
you
I will also,
Elizabeth's looking at me.
a quick question?
Hang on.
The county is also a consumer of dispatch services. Were they included in here as
They-
someone paying their fair share?
they
Okay,
are in the form of, county fire is listed. I mean, they're a small consumer on the fire side, but they pay obviously their fair share for the unincorporated areas and the sheriff's part. And they've got about 2,600 calls per county fire.
And what about things like public works, like she was talking about?
That's how they divvy that up, you know.
That's all county stuff.
Oh, sure, they
All
certainly
the
should.
other, county agencies
They,
that
they,
they
they,
dispatch.
they did the sheriffs too, the county sheriff, right?
Yes. So, I mean, that's a good question. We can check their math to ensure that they are allocating some of their costs over there.
I thought maybe they were paying for it through the 50% that they're giving or something.
I don't know.
Chief, can I encourage you to move on to badge pinning?
Yeah, I
Sure.
think so. That's coming up on
Again,
Thursday.
and I will also talk very briefly about another issue related to this whole thing. My next thing. Badge painting, everyone, please join us this Thursday right here in the engine bay. We have a large group that we're honoring this year. We are by about 2 p.m. Here in the engine bay, at Station 1. And yes, like I said, please join us in helping us celebrate those that have promoted and also our new hires. County Chief's offsite, I just wanted to follow up with you and share with you some of the conversations that we had to give you an idea of what's happening with the county chiefs. One of them at the top of my list is the EMS study, and that goes back to, I think I heard talked about in here about what really for us, we have an outside consultant who's Crichton, who is very gifted at determining what the revenue stream actually is in the county for AMR. AMR is not clear and transparent on what they make in the county, so we're trying to determine whether or not what it would actually cost to have an ambulance system provided by somebody other than AMR with a full evaluation of the available revenue. So that's going on. We had conversations about radio infrastructure. Similar to what Natasha was talking about, we have two entities, FireNet 6 and ALS-JPA. Both of those have radio infrastructure that need upgrading. We had a discussion about that joint PSM Academy that we have 7 new recruits in right now. We also had some really great conversations on recruitment and outreach, and we had a goal setting meeting also. I chatted already about the CERT meeting in the DSWs. We also at the warehouse had a visit from Representative Mullen's office, Eric Lukoff. I think he's out of his DC office, came to visit us. And again, it was just, he was looking for ways to support the task force, especially for additional funding. We had our first fire marshal safety pop-up courtesy of Amandeep and John Johnston at Phil's Coffee on a nice semi-rainy day, and it was good. We felt a little bit like sidewalk salespeople. I think we outnumbered interested community members by 2 or 3 to 1, but it's a good start. We have another one coming up next month at Pete's Coffee on Santa Cruz. So it's just a good way for us to get out in the public and answering questions, encourage participation in a number of our educational events. We just finished up last week on our first LifeScan wellness program. This is the new enhanced wellness that we were providing to all of our employees that included full ultrasounds from basically the neck down to the torso. Really comprehensive, really made our employees feel valued. Thank you to the board for supporting this in our last year's budget. I'm sure as a result of this, it's all confidential between the employee and their doctor. My guess is, in talking with the nurse that was there, that there are going to be some things that come out as a result of this, and that was the goal. Early detection, even though it's stressful and anxiety provoking, is the best thing for our employees, and also, just from a workers' comp perspective, the best way to engage and control costs too is early treatment. And strategic way. The last thing on my item here, I have reached out to AP Triton, and I think it was Fitch or Citygate, and reviewed. I had 2 proposals that came in, both in the same price range. I'm going to have Chief Coyle coordinate our strategic plan, which was one of the board's goals for this year. It should take 60 to 90 days from the time we start. The board will have some involvement in it. And the contract price was just under $25,000, so pretty reasonable. So we'll move forward with that, probably within the next month. And then just an update on two incidents. First of all was our storm pre-positioning. I think the board was aware via some blind copy emails about some of the proactive staging of equipment that we did in anticipations of the storm coming in. All of our pre-positioning was also fortunately reimbursed to us through the state and OES, so there was no out-of-pocket cost for us. That said, that's not a criteria for us. If we believe it's prudent to upstaff, we'll upstaff, and if the state reimburses us, great. If not, my belief is it's the prudent thing for us to do. Insurance money well spent, big adequately staffed for those things coming in. Those, our two pre-positions occurred, around January 30th, and then again on Saturday, Sunday, February 34th. We didn't staff up anything because other storm came in. Yeah, it was just based on information we get from the National Weather Service. We didn't expect to be as impacted. So we will continue, whether it's fire weather or storms, we'll continue to be proactive in upstaffing. And then the final thing I just wanted to share was something that's already been shared with you from Chief Coyle, but we had a really wonderful CPR save with a 6-year-old girl who had been at a party just down the street from Station 1. One of our CERT members that we had trained, we had also trained her in CPR. And she was attending the party and initiated immediate bystander CPR. There was also a doctor there that also engaged in CPR. That early intervention was just absolutely life-changing for this young girl. We had the squad and the engine went down there, shocked her a couple of times, epinephrine, cardioverted. She went to Stanford. It was touch and go for a while, but we just got an email from her mom through Heather Keller saying her daughter is doing great. She should be, if she's not released by now, she should be released almost at any time. And so it was just really, really good reminder of what we do and why we do it, and what the board supports, and then also a great reminder about how important it is for us to teach our community CPR. That is it for my report.
Well, that's a great way to end.
Yeah.
All right, thank you for that.
Sure.
And any public comment on the report? We still know the room, okay? We're a little different than your afternoon meetings. We don't get a lot of public attendees. Okay, that was the chief's report. We're now at the consent. Anybody
I'll
want
make
to,
a motion to approve.
okay, is there a second for the motion to approve the consent calendar?
I'll second.
Second, any discussion? Okay. Roll call, I guess, or we still doing roll calls?
Yeah.
Director Bernstein? Director Bernstein?
Aye.
Thank you. Director Jones?
Aye.
Director Crawley?
Aye.
Director Solana?
Aye.
Director Glenn?
Aye, so it passes unanimously, thank you. And then on to the regular agenda. The first item is to accept the fiscal year 23-24 mid-year review. And I don't know, Virginia, if you want to make any comments from the audit committee on that before we hand it up to Elaine.
No, I mean, I just want to thank Elaine for just such thorough work that he's done. I think that, and I don't know if you want me to do the.
I don't want you to do the finance
Okay.
committee report,
I
just if there's anything relevant to the mid-year, the
Yeah,
committee
you know
review.
what, I think, I don't know, Gary, I mean, we've discussed a lot of things, I really think Elaine should give us a report, but basically, as a foundation, it's, to just kind of add something to this, is that, the finance committee did look at this and worked through this and commented on the report that Elaine has prepared. And, I'll give a, more detailed report, but the bottom line is, we think that Elaine is on the right track and that, is in as much as we can continue to make the budget more transparent, that Elaine is working very hard to do that, and we have a lot of confidence in his ability to to continue to take input from not only the committee, but the board. So, I don't know, Gary, you have anything to add?
Nothing there, we can move on into
Yeah.
this report.
Okay, thanks,
Yeah.
Elaine.
Thanks, Joy.
So, good evening, Director, good evening, everyone. So basically, the mid-year fiscal review report, so pretty much the same information as, what we have on the treasurer's report. So it just have like more details on it, some more explanation on the variances of where we're at right now with our budget. So the fiscal report or the mid-year fiscal report summarizes the transactions and activities of the district as of December of 2023. So this will basically provide, the board, an indication of our current spending, if the district is over or under, our adopted budget, and whether there is a need to adjust, our current budget based on the anticipated spending for the rest of this year. So I really won't go over, the report, one by one or each page, but I'm just gonna give, a general overview, and then I'm gonna be open for questions. So again, as a refresher, we have like three major funds, which is, general fund, the capital improvement project fund, and then the special revenue fund. Last year, I mean, if you would remember, we actually have four. The last one last year was actually the debt service fund. We don't have that anymore, but we might have it in the future. But as of right now, we only have three major funds. And then again, the description of each of the fund is actually laid out on, the report, which is on page 2 of the actual report, or page 462 of the packet itself. So as of December 31, 2023, we already recorded $43.8 million in revenue and $26.8 million in expenditure, leading to an overall fund balance of $116.7 million. This is actually an increase of $17 million from, the beginning fund balance. So that's, $70 million increase from the last fiscal year, which can be seen on the table on page 3. So on the other hand, we are actually expecting at the end of the fiscal year to have $87.3 million in revenue, 1.3 million expenses, and 150.6 million fund balance across all major funds. And that's a 15.9 million general fund, overall fund increase with all of our major funds. So the specific pages is, again, basically telling you, the differences between, the budgeted and where we're at right now with all of our major funds. But what I would really wanted to point out, I guess, or, take note of is, on page 10 or 11 and 10 and 11 of the report, and that's actually page 470 and 471 of the packet. So I've also emphasized this at, the finance committee meeting. So this is actually our CalPERS, unfunded accrued liability. So as you can see on the table, we actually budgeted about $2.3 million in our annual required contribution for our UAL, but we have only spent $218,000, and we're only really expecting that much amount of money until the end of the fiscal year. And the reason for that is because of, the board's approval for all the discretionary payments for the UAL in the past few years, we actually ended up only paying $218,000 of our required $2.3 million for this fiscal year. So essentially, we saved on interest for the past, few years, for our UAL. And right now we are actually saving, about $2 million in our budget because of, the payments that we did in the past for the UAL. So again, we will have, as mentioned in the last board meeting, we will have, a more in-depth discussion on our options on how are we going to manage our unfunded, accrued liability. So we would have, we'll present, a few options and approaches, with GovInvest, and that's going to be in the next finance committee meeting and with the board as well. And then lastly, I would just say that, again, overall, the district is operating within the budget, and we are actually not expected, to make adjustments or changes to the adopted budget for the rest of this. So that's it for the mid-year fiscal report, and I'm open for questions.
Any questions?
It's not a question, but just a comment that I just, I think it's really important for organizations to have accurate budgets and to kind of forecast as best they can, and I think this is something we did not do 6 months ago. We knew at the time we were gonna have 10 million more in revenue than we were projecting, and in fact, we're gonna have 10 million more. We knew our expenses were gonna be 5 million less than they were based on last year's expenditures, and lo and behold, we're gonna have 5 million less. And somehow this board thinks that it's being really conservative by putting bad numbers into here. But I think it's mismanagement, and I think we ought to stop it when we do our new budget. If I were doing this, I would update this to the accurate numbers and then see how we do for the last half of the year. But I don't think this is good management. It always sounds, oh, we're getting 10 million more. We knew that when we budgeted. It was just obvious. I made the point several times, and I don't think it's an example of good management.
Other comments?
Yeah, and then, trying to keep up with you regarding the, on page, 3 or 463, where you mentioned that you're anticipating having, 15.9 million. I guess is this after the audit that took place?
Yes, yeah, so basically, the audit has been completed, the financial statement audit has been completed, so the numbers here are actually the final audited balances. So we actually didn't have, we're gonna present the report, the audit report, most likely in April. So we're just basically waiting for another type of audit to be completed, which is a single audit, which is again for the federal funds.
Yeah.
So we're gonna present, the audit, report in April, but essentially, these numbers right now that you're seeing, these are actually audit.
So my question leads to, at the end of the time, in terms of how those, whatever the excess is distributed. In terms of in whatever, in the categories, I guess. And some of the categories that, whether it goes back in the general fund, goes to CPI, or go into special revenue funds. In the past, how have those decisions been arrived at? I mean, do you have a standard way that we kind of look at it? Have been looking at reallocating the funds on a
Yeah,
first
so-
come, first served basis, or-
Yep, so essentially at the end of the year, we will actually present, a year-end report, with, the unaudited, fund balances basically around October. So whatever is, the excess or, the savings from the budgets that's unassigned, we actually take a look into our current fund balance policy and, base, our allocation on that. So essentially, what we do is, if we have like $20 million, again, actual savings at the end of the year, we're gonna distribute it along with, or according, to the fund balance policy. I mean, if you would remember last October, they actually did that piece or that allocation of our savings, to the different reserve accounts. And most of, our savings actually went to the CIP fund, basically because of, the plans that we currently have right now for, our station projects. So we do it once a year. So whenever we have savings, we allocate it at the end of the year.
So in this, it sounds like it's pretty much an automatic process, or how does the board get engaged in the process?
Yeah, so we approach.
I was just gonna say, we make a recommendation to the finance committee, and hopefully the finance committee supports it, and we come back to the board with a recommendation, so ultimately the board has the ultimate authority in approving staff's recommendation for directing those excess funds. Sorry, I probably said the same thing as you.
Yeah, it's-
Rob, any comments? No. Virginia?
No.
I'll make a couple comments here. One is I don't really want the kind of video record to reflect bad management as the results of our budgeting process. I think there's different philosophies on how budgeting can be done. And in this particular case, the philosophy that's being used and the way budgeting is being done is something that I actually appreciate. I think is the right way to do budgeting. I think where we kind of have a weakness in our processes is we do wait till the end of the year to do the fund balances and to put money into things like capital improvement fund, as an example. There's no reason those things could not be funded periodically through the year or incorporated into some of the budget process as well. So that's where some of the philosophical differences. So I think there's two things that we, as a board, need to look at, and that I think the finance committee will pick up, which is one is kind of what is our fund balance policy and how does that really work? And the second one is what's our reserve policy as well, because we're also trying to maintain reserves. But I want to be very clear that that doesn't fall into the category of bad management, because I actually think we have stellar management here and that they're doing a really good job on this. And our revenues are not known at the time we do budgeting. They're forecasted or anticipated. And so, there's different philosophies you can take. You can, pick a high number, you can pick a low number, you can pick a number in between, but you have to pick a number and you're forecasting the future, and it's an imperfect science. And so I just want to make sure everybody's clear on my personal opinion as to how budgeting is done. And I don't see it as bad management.
I'll just add on, and I'll give it in my finance committee report, but, I share Gary's sentiment. We actually talked about this, and this is not a new issue. So we've talked, I think, a couple of meetings ago, we talked about policies and, I brought up fund balance policies and we were talking about reserves, but I'll go into a little more depth when I give my finance committee report, because we were looking at the macroeconomic situation too, how the budget could fit in with interest rate stuff and all of that. So I'll go into that when I give my report. But I agree with Gary. I think, Elaine, you're doing an outstanding job and you're taking input. And I think that's really important to keep our budget, making it more transparent and getting some of the concerns.
So Chuck, before I go to you, are you done?
Yeah, you're
Sorry,
basically
you
getting
did
the
a job.
concerns resolved.
Yeah, okay. Are we gonna need a motion to accept this report?
Or upon consensus, a motion, you're being asked to accept the report.
Yeah, we don't technically need a motion.
Okay,
If you want
I just
one.
want clarification whether we did, and then we'll go to Chuck with your comment, Chuck.
Yeah, I just want to clarify that, in fact, we do know what our revenues are gonna be when this budget's created, because the assessments have already been done. We know exactly what our revenues are gonna be, and they are exactly what they were gonna be. So, but let me just show you the sins, in my opinion, the kind of sin, an example of the sin that this kind of thing does. If we look at page 9 of the report, or page 469, there's a chart there about salaries, benefits, and retirement. And if you look over on the right-hand side, you see we've got this extraordinary drop in overtime of 15.2%. And you say, wow, this agency is really doing it. But then you look over at the columns, and you see that last year's overtime was $6.2 million. And the budget, we decided to budget $8.4 million this year. But lo and behold, it appears that it's only gonna be 7.1 million. So overtime's gonna go up $1 million. And this is in a year where we had almost no deployments, so there was no overtime needed for government stuff. There was no other good reason. Overtime is a gift that we give our firefighters because we're good guys and we like to give away the public's money. I call that bad management. You can call it good management, you can praise it all you want, but I don't agree with you. We're spending this year $1 million more on overtime than we did last year. We're not saving 15.2%.
I have no, hold on a second.
But I haven't finished.
Okay, well,
Thank you.
You got about 2 more minutes.
Well, I'm not. But, I'm just trying to. By doing it this way, we're hiding stuff that ought to be out there. We ought to be talking about this. We're staffed up this year, we're almost fully staffed, there's no reason for spending all this money on overtime. And yet here it is, $1 million more. Okay, I'm done, thank you.
So Chuck, just for clarity here, I have no problem with you expressing your disagreement about a way a number is created or something else. What I fundamentally disagree to is your labels. And so you use the term sins that have been committed. So I decided I'll look up what does sin mean. An immoral act considered to be a transgression against divine law. I don't think we had a sin here. I really don't. So I would just, as president of the board, I'd express my discontent with putting labels on things that are incorrect. If you want to state factual information about the way the process is being run, no problem with that. But I'd encourage you to avoid the actual labels themselves. Robert?
Yeah, I just wanted to, maybe ask the chief and trying to see how many extra people we have hired over the course of last year when our budget started, and how much of that contributed to the increase in overtime, and if there's anything extraneous that's been going on throughout the year that would allow itself to reflect these numbers.
I think the best answer is we can come back to the board at next month's meeting with what the source of overtime is. We've been working on that, I know since I've got here to try and actually distill down what causes the overtime, whether it's sick leave or workers' comp or deployments or projects, et cetera. So I can't tell you specifically what's resulting in the $1 million increase. Some of it's going to be also cost of living increases, merit increases. It all affects it. But that's a report that we can prepare and present back to the finance committee and then the board.
Sounds good.
Sure. Okay, do we have consensus to accept the report? Any other disagreement on it? Otherwise, I'm gonna close it and move on to the next topic.
I accept.
See everybody nodding, so it looks like we have our consensus to accept the report. Thank you, Elaine. Moving on, or actually, I guess any public comment relative to that, and
We have no public
still
comment.
nobody on it. I can't see whether there's people on there, I just see Michelle, so maybe that's it.
in the room.
Yeah, or anybody in the room, so, okay, thank you. Moving on to adopt a resolution amending the compensation plan for unrepresented chief officers. Do we have I think that's included in the packet, do we have a motion to
I'll
adopt the
move,
resolution?
I'll move to adopt the resolution amending the compensation plan for unrepresented chief officers.
And do we have a second to that? Robert, second, so Director Crawley, then second by Director Jones. Any discussion or comments on that particular one? Okay, hearing none, roll call.
Director Bernstein?
Is there a motion? Sorry.
Yeah, I need.
There was a motion by
And
Director
that was to
Crawley
accept.
to accept it,
Okay.
seconded by
Yeah,
Director
not
Jones.
to adopt, to adopt
Adopt the
it,
resolution.
not to accept it.
I'm sorry, I just glanced for a minute. I vote aye.
Director Jones? Director Crawley?
Aye.
Director Solomon?
Aye.
Director Blend?
Aye, so that carries unanimous. And the next one is the very similar, except this is the compensation plan for unrepresented management and confidential employees.
I'll move to adopt the resolution amending the compensation plan for unrepresented management and confidential employees.
I'll second.
Okay, so motion by Director Crawley, a second by Director Solano. Any questions on this resolution? Hearing none, we can go to roll call.
Director Bernstein?
Aye.
Director Jones?
Aye.
Director Crawley?
Aye.
Director Solomon?
Aye.
Director Blend?
Aye, so that also passes unanimously. And then the next one is a resolution approving the reclassification of the mechanic position to mechanic 1-2 series, the new job description and the salary steps. So I'll ask for a motion on it because it's in the packet, and then
I'll make a motion.
we'll have the chief discuss
I'll second
Gary, I'll
that.
make a motion.
it. Okay,
I'll second that.
Okay, so we have a motion by Director Solano, second by Director Crawley. And do you have anything you want to discuss on this?
Well, what I would like to do is, since our HR director, Kristen, has been sitting here for 2 hours and 15 minutes.
But she learned a lot about
give her
dispatch.
an opportunity to share what
We try to save you.
I know.
Okay.
So, yes, if Kristen could briefly
Please.
address.
Yeah, I'm not trying to cut off discussion. I just
Oh, no,
want to
yeah.
get the motion in front of
Sure.
it and then we can do discussion.
Yeah.
So we did just have a successful recruitment for this, but for planning for future recruitments or should something happen, we wanted to kind of create a series for the mechanic position where we could then recruit somebody at more of an entry level, train them up into becoming the mechanic too. Because otherwise we're just stealing another city's mechanic, that works in their fire yard, or trying to find somebody that has the diesel experience. So this will allow us to, if one of our positions becomes vacant, hiring them at a lower level and then training them up to the 2 level. So there is no fiscal impact involved here, and could even be a savings, in the future for the years that we're training them.
So I have a quick question for you. On the fire mechanics, are they really just diesel mechanics that work on big trucks? Or is there a special skill and requirement for fire unit trucks specifically?
So there is actually a whole emergency vehicle technician training program that's done through the state fire marshal's office. But when we're looking for someone, they usually come in with a diesel experience. And then we train them specifically to the fire apparatus.
And do we send them to a training class and is there a certification or
Yes.
something with that?
Yeah,
Okay, thank you. No, I always kind of wondered that. It's, yeah, they're just big mechanical trucks to me, but Director Bernstein?
I support the concept, so, but I'm just curious, I was looking at the money part here, and let me make sure I understand, because I didn't see the way it used to be and so forth. The mechanic 2, is that the rate that the current mechanic is making?
Mhm.
Okay, so that's not changed.
no,
So what you've done is created a kind of a lower level intern type position.
Mhm.
That's what it looked like, and I agree with the concept. I think it makes a lot of sense, and I think it makes sense for other kinds of positions in the district that are of this nature somehow, where some experience and where it's hard to get that experience. This makes a lot of sense. And I assume that the person you would hire in this mechanic 1 is somebody that you think has every possibility of becoming the mechanic too.
correct. Yeah, and it says that in the job description that they're expected to get these certifications, at the mechanic 1 so that they can move to the mechanic 2.
And roughly how long does it take for them, if you hired somebody that was just a diesel mechanic, how long would it take them to get
So
most of
this-
the certification?
The certification to move up to 2 is about a year to 2 years, but that's if they come with the certifications required to get into that program.
Got it.
So we expect probably the maximum that they'll stay in mechanic 1 is about 3 years.
Other questions? Chief, any other additional comments?
Can I just-
Yeah.
Again, this makes sense and I'm supporting it, but let's say in 3 years, the mechanic 2 is still there. And mechanic 1 now is fully trained and you're gonna lose that person because you've got a lower compensation rate. What do you do then?
No, so it's flexibly staffed. So once they meet the requirements of mechanic 2, we would move them up to mechanic 2. Because right now we are budgeted for 2 mechanics that are at that level of mechanic 2.
I see. Okay, thank you.
There's no other questions. We'll do roll call. We already had the motion.
Public.
Or public comment, I guess.
Are there any public comments?
Public comment. Elizabeth? Public comment. Okay.
Director Bernstein,
Aye.
Director Jones,
Aye.
Director Crowley,
I,
Director Stoll,
Aye.
Director Bloom.
Aye. That passes unanimously. And then the next item is a report on the status of the workforce pilot program and a request to authorize the chief to make the program permanent. And we'll hand that to the chief.
Yes, thank you, Director Bloom. As I promised in December of 2022, that I would be back to you within a year to report on the success or lack thereof of the program. And so in essence, I'm reporting on its success. It was instrumental in my attempts to recruit an operations chief as far as running the pool of interested applicants. It has also, as I spell out in the report, given I think 4,600 hours of additional, what I call free coverage, availability from a senior chief officer in the district. It's a program that has worked well for us, especially for me in recruiting and then retaining senior level staff members. When I talk about making it permanent, I don't mean forever and ever and ever, just making it a regular program. And if management needs to sunset it, that may still retain that right. But this, I also presented to the HR committee, and the recommendation from the HR committee was to the board was to support approving my request. Of that, I'm open to questions.
Any questions? Quick question, Jim. It seemed like the program was quite really successful based upon the initial goals last year, but the utilization of house was purpose for it. And you cited that, I guess there was a savings of 4,600 hours, I think it was, or additional hours that.
Really, what that is those aren't productive hours. They're hours of what I'll call availability. Right, so that means that while Chief Coyle and Chief McDonald were around at that household in the district, they were available for any significant emergencies that may come up. So it's really availability. It didn't turn into very many responses. I think it was 5 over the course of that year. But that's, it's kind of that, the value to the employee of having a place, to kind of call their own and not have to pay rent or commute long distances. And the payoff for us is that we kind of have this insurance policy, a portion of kind of 4,600 hours, having 2 additional senior level executive chiefs, could provide leadership in emergencies.
So if they weren't around during that period of time, if they were utilized, what typically might happen, would it happen?
We would just, if there was a significant emergency, we'd depend on the BCs. That's what we do anyway, but that's one of those things, just if there was something that was beyond the scope and scale of what the battalion chiefs could handle in the district, we have 2 senior level officers available to pitch in.
Okay.
I have a question and later I'll have a comment, but I'm curious about the math here. I mean, there's only 2,000 hours in a year. How do we get 4,600 hours extra?
It's 24 hours in a day, it's 2912 times 3, right? That's the number of hours. Whatever that is, 8,700 hours?
Because they overlap or something?
Well, it's because it's, oh, I see what you're saying. Well, first of all, it's, there's 8,700 hours in a year for one person, 24/7, 365. For these, in the case of this, it's whatever hours they were here in the district outside of their working hours, times the 2 of them. So that's what the math was for. And it was an approximation, trying to account for vacation time that they would take. One of the employees typically comes in on Sunday evenings, so he doesn't have to commute, and so we get extra time. The other one, half the time comes in on Monday morning early, half the time comes in on Sunday, so it was a close approximation of hours.
And we've had recent multi-alarm fires that they've responded to.
Yes.
While they were just hanging out at the house.
Yes.
So,
Kind of advantageous.
so why, it's a silly question, but you mentioned there, you used the current word, the term permanent is not intended to imply that it cannot discontinued. If it's a program that works and it's an advanced forward kind of thinking process of what if the big one hit or there's a disaster, wouldn't it be to our advantage to have available individuals to occupy that space and that particular, activity on a permanent basis, rather than because it seemed to me like it should be permanent rather than there should be no question that we should always operate with that particular.
Unless something unforeseen happens, I don't have any intention of sunsetting it. What I wanted to do is just give the board a level of comfort that by making it permanent, I don't mean it goes on forever and ever in all perpetuity. There's the option with management's discretion to sunset the program should it no longer be needed, should we end up having future promotees that aren't interested in it and live closer by, et cetera. So, but also, and I think to your point, it might be good and valuable for us to have, full-time housing. I think was kind of what you were alluding to, rather than just, right now we have housing that's available for safety staff members, that's for the nights in between their regular work days, but we don't have this additional coverage on Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Right, so that'd be valuable also.
But I think the key point of this was simply moving it, the chief reporting back after the year that says, I ran a pilot, the pilot was successful.
Yeah.
And I want clarity from the board that we're going to, now make it permanent. And I don't know if we needed a motion or we do need a motion
We do.
on that.
I'll make that motion.
Okay.
What you said.
So Director Jones has moved that we move this from
To
pilot to
authorize.
permanent,
Yeah, I'll second that.
and Virginia Crawley. Chuck, do you have a question?
No, I have a comment now, so motion.
It's fine. Yeah, there's a motion on the table.
I oppose this. I think this is 180 degrees in the wrong direction. We shouldn't be subsidizing people to live out in Stockton. We should do exactly what Robert said. We want our chief officers to live nearby so that all of them are available in the event of an emergency. And, giving a $2 to $3 million home to a couple people to live in part-time, just to me is a waste of the district's resources. And here's the problem, it won't last very long if we end up fulfilling our capital investment in that property. We want to expand the station, we want to do other things with it, which means the house won't be there, that's why we bought it. And then we're gonna be faced with having to buy another $3 million home or whatever to do this. We shouldn't be doing this, we shouldn't be making it easy for people to live 75 miles away. That's just not in the interest of the district. We should be kind of hiring, promoting people who live locally. So that's why I'm gonna vote against it.
So the only other comment I'd make is there's a little bit of a disconnect in some of this discussion, because on one hand, there's a desire to control the compensation levels, which directly affects their ability to live in the district. And then on the other hand, we're trying to substitute. So I'm not sure that there's a perfect answer for it. The cost of living for these individuals to be able to live in the district is to some extent cost prohibitive compared to where they live. So I think this is a balancing act. I think the chief ran a good pilot program to say, if we have this available, does this bring these chief officers into our district for additional hours we're paying through housing, but it's temporary housing, they're away from their families still. And it's proven effective because I know they've responded out on a couple of critical incidents where we now get the benefit of a chief officer in addition to the battalion chiefs that might already be on scene. So I think it's, from my perspective, it's kind of a win-win program, but you're welcome to your opinion on that.
Yeah, I'd like to just respond. I mean, we're talking about people who are making between $300,000 and $400,000 a year. These people are making more than double the average income, family income in this area. These are not poor people who can't afford something. These are people who have huge houses in someplace like Stockton or whatever, and prefer to live there and came from there in the first place. I know now we're recruiting more often in our area, which is a good sign. It's something I applaud. But again, I think the idea of making it easy for people to live far away is not in the interest of the district.
Yeah, I think we're making it easy for them to be employees of the district, but go ahead, Rob.
How would you, just maybe for us to think about adding a time limit where then we can renew it maybe every 3 years or 4 years, and have it come back to the board? Not just an open-ended permanent, but have it come back for a review to the board.
I think, you know, the way, I mean, we could do that. The other way to do it is the board at anywhere along the way can revisit the program. We're not making a lifetime decision on behalf
It's
of
just,
it.
it's just, you know.
We're just moving it
program
to
permanent.
an ongoing basis. It's no longer labeled a pilot.
Sure, I think it, as long as the current chief is with us, they have adopted the program, because he brought it to us, figured out what it was necessary, needed, and we voted to give it a shot. And a year later, by that decision we made, and what Chief put before us, it seemed like it's a successful program. And it will, as long as we have disasters around here in this area, I think there are the possibilities of disasters. And I think a program like this is gonna be necessary, you're gonna need it. Chuck alluded to earlier that about housing, you know, when I first got on board almost 6 years ago, that was one of the things that we had talked about. I know I was in this conversation with the prior chief about looking at trying to figure out how we can best be able to look into housing to house our staff, you know, as firefighters around here, because if we wanted them close by, and fearful that they may not be able to get here, when they really need it. So I think we should continue to look at the opportunity of you know, trying to figure out where we can develop affordable housing for our firefighters here who want to live close in the area. It may mean spending some more money, but that's okay. You know, they're going, now that we get land donated to us from somewhere, from some other city that got excess property and want to build affordable housing, I think we can make that work. So I don't live in nobody in here.
I just want to support what Robert just said. I don't want to be seen as somebody negative on housing in general. I think a program where we were somehow helping entry-level firefighters raise their families here, I think that would be a wonderful idea and would contribute to exactly what I'm looking for, which is to keep people nearby. So what Robert just said, I want to make it clear, I support that. It's this proposal here that I'm not in support of.
If there's no other discussion, we're good for a vote. Michelle?
Director Bernstein,
Nay.
Director Jones,
Aye.
Director Crawley,
Aye.
Director Solano,
Aye.
Director Flynn.
Aye. Okay, so the motion passes 4-1. And moving on to update on Board of Directors Policy and Procedurals Manual. And, okay, so just let me intro the topic. The outside counsel with staff, myself, we've done a lot of work on it. The process, though, is that they are going to, I want to just be clear on the process, they're going to present and talk about the new board policy, the draft policy. We aren't actually going to vote on it until next meeting. So you all get another month to look at it, another 28 days. And give input, once you get educated on it. So the purpose of today's session is to do the educational part of it and bring it forward to you. consideration.
today.
Can give input today.
That's why we're here. I mean,
That's why we're here.
3 months ago,
Yes.
you asked us, you directed us
Come
to
back.
soup to nuts, prepare a new, hopefully state-of-the-art board manual. It's a tough assignment because I'm not a board member. You are, it's your board manual, so we don't presume to be the sixth vote on your board, and so it's tough for us to prepare your manual. But we did, welcome the challenge. So I don't think I need to add to anything that Director Bloom just said, except that my wonderful colleague Nicole, with whom you've all met before and who's here this evening, has taken the leading oar on this. She's worked with both the chief and the clerk, Michelle, and I think I don't want to put words in their mouth, but I think they are very supportive of the product that we have put together so far. We are seeking your input here. We're not going to do a page by page. We're not going to, hopefully not spend the rest of the 2.5 hours left in the day.
Dream it out.
Good.
So we welcome, we welcome your input now.
The public is leaving our meetings.
Hurry up.
Your personal policies.
Yeah, thank you, Elizabeth, for attending.
It's been so much fun.
Don't forget.
Thank you all. Thank you. This is your pen. I'll put it back in this drawer.
Thanks for attending.
Oh, you're very welcome. You guys are welcome to come to our meeting anytime. Tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night, 6 o'clock.
Thank you. Bye.
President
Thank you.
So we're gonna go through some stuff here, but you don't, this is not your only chance to give us input. You can email us later, you can call us up later, you can, it's an ongoing process. Our thought was that this is a pretty mature thing, that our hope is that you will like it and that next month you will want to consider voting on it. But if you need more time, if you want to have us back and talk about it for the next 6 months, it's your board manual. So whatever you like. So with that, I will turn it over to Nicole.
That 6-month idea is not an option.
Well, that is entirely up to you. So Michelle, do I just share my screen like normal?
Yeah.
Okay. But I'm not on.
Take it from up there.
Wherever you want, feel comfortable. Everything for attending.
Okay, you have to give me a second.
I've only ever seen you on Zoom.
I think I got it.
Yeah.
Shil, where is the code?
Station 300.
And we can make this PowerPoint available to you. I think as you'll see, it's not. No, you don't have this
You don't have the
PowerPoint,
PowerPoint.
but what you have in your packet is a draft policy.
Like the policy.
This PowerPoint is just sort of a very high output outline of the
Presentation.
presentation that Nicole Witt is gonna lead you through. You're welcome to have a copy of it, anytime. Okay, I'll try to anticipate, but if I don't press the button, I just say next.
Next slide. Right, thank you, all, I appreciate the time and the opportunity to be with you here in person. So as Steve mentioned, a few months ago, you all directed us to really revamp the existing board policy and procedures manual. And so what you have included in your packet is a clean version of that updated draft. I'm going to work through the draft, really some highlights of the document with you all, really for the purpose of just kind of fostering the board's discussion, facilitating that discussion. This presentation is not exhaustive, it doesn't cover every topic that we worked on in this manual, and we're open to any questions you may have, as Steve already mentioned, any input in particular. So as you can see, in the manual itself, we really focus the manual on a couple of key concepts. The first is the effective conduct of the board's meetings. And the second is to update, clarify, and modernize the roles of directors and officers. In addition to that, we have a couple of other sort of principles that we use as we went through the document, including avoiding restatements of law and removing items that we saw as being purely procedural and not really sort of policy level statements or items. Next slide. Okay, well, there you go. So we've incorporated this concept of those sort of two concepts into the new authority and purpose section of the board policy manual. We have also specified in here that the majority of the board may waive or may amend the rules of the board policy as long as it's not superseded by law. We are suggesting that the board consider pulling out a number of sections that currently exist in the manual because we view these sections as really being standalone policies and not kind of under the rubric of those two key focuses that we had when we started the conduct of the board's meetings and the role of directors. And so these sections include the board policy for fire district reserves, the fire board employee compensation policy, collective bargaining agreement, sunshine policy, board electronic communications policy, additional orientation and accessories, fee waiver policy, labor relations policy and plan, and labor relations communications. And so what the new manual makes clear is that the board can and does adopt other standalone policies outside of this manual, and those policies remain in full force and effect. So as we are bringing this item back, part of what we would suggest for the item that the board consider is approval of the manual and then also sort of reapproval, readoption of all of these existing policies as sort of standalone policies. At that point, the board can take those policies and update them when you're ready. But they sort of live outside of this board policy manual. All right. Article 5 here governs the meetings of the board. Our changes to this topic were both substantive and organizational, and that's really true throughout. So from an organizational perspective, we really tried to consolidate the various areas where the existing manual talks about board meetings and how they will run, how they will operate, what the rules are. We removed outdated requirements, we tried to remove duplication and really sort of streamline. Substantively, we added detail describing how the board's meetings are run, and we included things like describing the order of business or voting thresholds, which actions need to be by ordinance and which can be by motion or resolution. Next. So one topic that we wanted to call to the board's attention is the process for adding director proposed items to the agenda. This is section 5.6.5 of the draft, and it involves 3 steps. The first is that a director may suggest an agenda item during the proposed agenda items section of a meeting. At the next meeting, the board will discuss and vote on whether to place that item on a future agenda. And if it's approved, that item will be placed on a future agenda in sort of the standard agenda setting process between the fire chief and the board president in terms of timing. Next slide. All right. The new manual also provides that the conduct of the board's meetings will be informed by Rosenberg's Rules of Order. I'm sure you are all very familiar with Robert's Rules of Order, which is, you know, this thick and impossible to navigate or really sort of effectively use. Rosenberg's rules really is intended to be a flexible, short, user-friendly set of rules to guide the conduct of the meeting. We included a one-pager in the board packet, we have that there. And I think also a link to sort of the full Rosenberg's rules, which is only a few more pages beyond them. So the idea here is a flexible, user-friendly set of rules, but I think also significantly, what we have described is that the board's meetings will be informed by Rosenberg's rules. And so strict adherence isn't required. It's not going to invalidate any action. It's really intended to facilitate how the meetings run and not act as unnecessary obstacles.
Are you doing questions now or?
Anytime you like.
I just wanted to ask, because I hadn't heard of Rosenberg's Rules of Order, are there any agencies that use Rosenberg's that you know of?
I think a number of agencies.
Yeah, so I would say close to a majority of cities in California have adopted Rosenberg's rules. They're endorsed by the League of California Cities as well as the California Special Districts Association. I would say not a majority of special districts, but something close to it. They're far from unusual. It's totally standard. There's so much better for a local government agency board than Robert's rules, which are designed for like a 150-member parliament, and I think if you try it, you're gonna like it.
It seems simple. I mean, I'm not in a negative.
It's not new either, it's been around for, I don't know, 15, almost 20 years now, I think, it's battle tested, I don't know anybody who doesn't prefer it or recommend it.
Thank you, I just had never heard of it.
Yeah,
I think also we commonly have been suggesting to our clients as well as they're updating their rules and policies, that this is a little bit more of a flexible model that's better fit.
It seems consistent with Robert's Rules of Order in general, but simpler.
I think that's a fair statement.
So the updated manual also includes substantive and organizational revisions to the discussion of board officers and directors. As I mentioned with the rest of the manual, we streamlined, we consolidated, we really sought to remove duplication and recitation of the law. Substantively, we tried to clarify the roles of the officers elected, take office, and to address those topics a little bit more directly. And then board committees and liaisons, this is the last topic I wanted to address just as part of this brief presentation. So that we're sort of clear on how the board committees and liaison positions are established. In advance of the January board meeting, the president-elect may designate directors to serve on committees and to serve as liaisons. Once those committees and those rosters are established, then the board president has the authority to adjust the roster or the number of the committees or the liaison organizations, but that decision is then brought back to the board, and the board has the authority to override the president's decision. So the preliminary decision of organization, establishing the committees and assigning directors to those committees comes to the board for approval, and subsequent changes while within the president's authority are all subject to override by the board. And that is really the end of the short presentation. I'm happy to speak to any other topics you all may have.
Just a quick question, going back to the officers and the committee members. So basically you're saying, I just want to make sure I think I'm getting this right, that the board president can make those assignments without the board voting on it.
No, so preliminarily.
That's different from overriding the decision.
Right, so that's two steps that are distinct. The first is that the new president, incoming president, at the beginning of the year, in the same way that you all have done,
Right.
they can establish the committee rosters,
Correct.
and that is subject to board approval. Once you have that preliminary step complete, then the way it's described in this new manual now is that if there is any adjustments that are undertaken during the year, that's within the board president's authority, but it will be brought to the board
For a vote.
and the board can override it, or the board simply, if there's no changes to be made, then there's no
So you've
action.
done that too. Okay. Thank you.
I wanted to ask about, I read the thing, I didn't see it, and this isn't, I'm not dealing with any reality, so please, I get called on a lot, and I'm pleased with that, I'm not complaining about anything, but I'm talking about some old history many years ago. To what extent does the president have to call on board members who raise their hand, for example? Where does it specify that people have the right to be heard somehow?
So if you're really sort of looking to the process in the kind of discussion section of the meeting, but I would say that, practically speaking, it comes down to the right of any board member to speak during any item and within sort of the confines of the rules of decorum. So board member can obviously be ruled out of order by the board president, and those kinds of steps could be taken. But I would say if you look at the section talking about the conduct of the meetings and just sort of the process of it. It's really in the discussion section, how each item is
Are you
considered.
referring to the one page?
No, I'm referring to the actual,
Our,
right, so regular agenda 5.6.3, the board president announces the item, invites staff presentation, invites clarifying questions, invites motion in a second, invites a discussion among directors, assuming motion in a second. Discussion is limited to the motion under consideration, invites public comment, asks for a vote on the item. Board president recommends it's the result of the vote.
Can I add one?
5.5.
5.6.3.
And then
Nicole,
if we-
could I just add one little thing?
Oh, I was just gonna say the other point that just kind of goes to this is 5.7 limitations on debate, talks about the confines of what debate and discussion should be, so general directors speak not more than once on any item until the other director has spoken, and no more than 5 minutes.
And I think that was consistent with the existing board policy. That piece of it,
I can double check.
yeah.
Director Bernstein, if I could also add that in the event that any board member feels that their voice is not being heard, I think the correct procedural thing under Rosenberg's rules, I believe under Robert's rules too, would be to make a quote, point of order, which a point of order interrupts the discussion, and the board president is required to ask, what's your point of order? At which point the aggrieved director would say, I tried to speak on something and I need to be able to say something, and that issue then becomes brought to the attention of the board.
it's not really a point of order if in fact there's no order that says the person has the right to speak.
Well, that's a fair point. I'm just pointing out that there is a way to raise the issue. I think you are correct that there is nowhere in this manual the statement, all board members are allowed to speak at a meeting. I suppose,
In fact, there's even a provision that says you could stop all debate before there's any.
well, that's always the case.
It's always been
But-
calling for the question.
But we can certainly, if this is the will of the board, the only reason why it's not in there is not because we intended not to provide for that right, but frankly, I don't think it occurred to us that the scenario of a board member unable to speak was one that this board needed to enshrine in the manual. But it's your manual, and if you'd like it in there, we can easily put it in there. There's no problem from our perspective.
But at this point, it was just a question, because thank you.
But that's the kind of input we're looking for. We want more specific guidance on how a board member is and what the board member's rights are to speak. We had no intention of depriving anybody of that.
I have 6, but I'm on married to 1 tonight. On your 10.2, it starts out with retaliation. Or prevention and harassment, discrimination, and retaliation. And I'm going all the way down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Starting at number 8, where it starts off with all directors must take harassment. You got harassment prevention training at least once a year.
Every 2 years.
Every 2 years.
Every 2 years, excuse me. I think, I mean, for me, I think that it's important, since this is a harassment, discrimination, and retaliation, I think that there needs to be not only harassment, but also discrimination. Training that goes on. It's just my opinion, being here for the last 6 years, there are some things going on that I have issues with, but sometimes I don't think it becomes more evidence to the other individuals in terms of looking at some of the things that could cause individuals other than them to question their motivation around areas that has to do with situations, events that doesn't fit into their norm. If that makes any sense, without getting too detailed in it. So, you know, I noticed that it talked about also going to the fire chief in consultation with general counsel who is responsible for maintaining and updating a harassment prevention policy. If we have one, if you think, I don't know if I ever got a harassment policy itself, it'd be, it'd be great to know what that policy is.
Sure.
And
So,
distribute it to everyone, as well as the discrimination policy. If there's such an animal that exists. If it doesn't exist, that's my, I wouldn't say pet peeve, but that's what I think really needs to be inclusive in when you start talking about prevention of harassment, discrimination, and retaliation. Because the retaliation part is in here that I saw, where, 3 staff have left over the time I've been here based on abusive language and harassment from board members. That made this an uncomfortable situation. And I think we need to avoid this as much as possible. That's not professional on our part, and it shouldn't be the condemnation, there shouldn't be the acceptance here in this particular district. So, I would love to see that if there is such a policy, if it's not, I feel like we need to create it so that everybody understands we're.
Director Jones, if I could.
Go ahead. I'm trying.
We will change the name, we will add the words, so that instead of just saying harassment prevention policy, it says prevention of harassment, discrimination, and retaliation, so I thank you for that comment. The term that's in there called harassment prevention is a term of art. The state mandated harassment prevention training that you have all taken includes a discrimination and retaliation component included within that. The district does have a anti-discrimination and retaliation and harassment prevention policies that all of you received copies of when you took that training, and it's in your current board policy manual and will be attached as one of these separate policies to this manual, but we're happy to provide you with another copy of that tonight. We're not suggesting any change to that existing policy. That falls into the category of those separate standalone policies that the board will be able to change and adjust consistent with state requirements as it sees fit. And the reason why we want them as separate policies is so you can make those targeted changes without having to reopen up the entire board manual, but that they can live as separate standalone.
I can live with that. I can live with that. The other part that goes along with this.
I'm sorry, could I just add some more work on that section, just a suggestion? It's one of the things that's part of the training, and that is, there's supposed to be an identification of a person to whom a complaint is made. And I'm not sure.
That's in the policy, in the discrimination, harassment, and retaliation prevention policy, for sure.
It says who the person is?
Absolutely.
Right. And who is that person?
It depends on who the alleged, who the respondent is. If it's a board member, it would be either the fire chief or me.
I don't think that was the question.
No, that's what I was talking about. It's just supposed to name the person because there was sometimes people didn't know where to go if there was a problem.
We'll take a look at the policies themselves, the harassment, discrimination, and retaliation prevention policies, to make sure that that issue is not ambiguous.
I'm sorry, Robert, I just wanted to.
That's it. You gotta get the point out. I have one more.
shoot.
Bill?
Go ahead.
What number? I'm looking right now in terms of, under Article 2, this is 2.2 and 2.3. And it's talking about seating of directors and administration of the old. Directors are qualified to take office upon certification of the applicable election result by the county election officers. Prior to taking office, each director must take and sign an oath of office, which will remain on file with the clerk. So my question is, you know, in terms of kind of get a point of clarification, it doesn't state that new board members need to get background check before they are seated on the board. And part of an uncomfortable situation I faced when I first got here, as elected, as a filling a vacant seat, and that's the other part, 2.3. It doesn't indicate that it said in the event the board desires to fill a vacancy by appointment, the board will establish the procedures for evaluating applicants, which may include application submission requirements and deadline interviews. You know, what is this, all that, and then et cetera is what I'm looking at. What does the et cetera mean? Does the et cetera mean that that person needs to give some special other qualification that other folks haven't gotten in this district in over 100 years, or what does that really mean? Because to me, this leaves open question that whoever is on the board at the time, 20 years from now, may set certain policies or set a certain precedent that creates a situation that I would like to, for myself, for them not to experience coming on the board. And you know, and if I want to press me on it a little bit further, I'd be happy to go into the details of that. But somewhere along the line, either we're gonna, because it needs to be in writing, because part of what it seems like they were taking liberty of was the notion that for whatever reason, they felt like wherever that came from, that I was special in that regard. And
Yes, so the et cetera could force different candidates to be treated differently, and that should not be the case. So,
It doesn't say that though, it says.
no, but what's not said, yes, so
It
the,
doesn't say you can have different ones for different people.
no, but the et cetera is ambiguous.
So the intent here is really to give the board the flexibility that it might need in the event of a board vacancy, because the law really allows the board to establish the kind of process that it might need for evaluating candidates and considering applications if it would like to appoint someone to fill a vacancy. The intent here is really more, I think it's probably not the first time you've heard from your lawyers, we want things to be flexible, we want you to be able to, you know, sort of move within the confines of the law. The procedures that were in here before, I don't recall, and I can check if it has anything more specific with regard to background checks, but there was more detail there, and the reason that was removed, as I said, is to give the board the opportunity, if and when a vacancy arises, to make a decision about what kind of information they need in order to evaluate candidates, not to set up any kind of improper hurdles or anything like that, but really instead to make sure that the board can sort of take the situation that it has at hand and apply and implement a process that fits that situation, rather than establishing a set of rules that will apply in every situation and may not be the best fit. We've had instances where a board member has decided to step off the board, and that is well known in advance of them actually resigning their seat. And in that case, you have this long lead time, and you really can consider what the process is going to be, and the board has sort of the benefit of all of that time. In other cases, you have directors who pass away, I mean, the timeline can be much more constrained. So the idea here was to make sure that the board had that flexibility to move and to respond to whatever the situation is that might arise and to provide that flexibility. But if there's more that the board wants to specify, as I said, or as Steve has said, I'll reiterate, we're happy to take input.
I get that, I understand, I'm not trying to put any pressure on you, Steve, but I'm just trying to get the board to kind of understand that, you know, we all are, you know, if we got all looking red here, and all of a sudden you're gonna bring them out of green, and you have a problem with that somehow based on this being, it's just a green duck. That green duck should not be treated any differently than anyone else. And so this et cetera to me leaves that door too wide open for that. And I don't know if we can quantify any, you know, criteria that are flexible enough. And I know situations change, that are flexible enough to allow, you know, certain standards that can be run across the grain, no matter what it is.
It would seem to me we can expand this section,
We can bring it back.
because the way I think there's an overriding clause in the policy that says anywhere along the way, the board can adopt a change to the policy.
Certainly, and that would be the case, and that,
So
that is
if you reach the situation where it didn't match what was put in here, if we were more expansive, then the board would just vote to change the policy for a different process at that time.
That's always within the board's discretion to make an adjustment and to make a decision based on the facts that they have at hand.
I just want to say this is a perfect example of what I started out by saying, that this is your manual, right? We wanted to make this as flexible as it can be for you. If you choose in particular instances to limit your flexibility, say you may not do this, you may not do this, you know, cases where you think that's behavior that's not desirable, we need to know that from you. We're not gonna, you know, so this conversation, we need some more concrete direction on what you'd like us to do with this policy. I don't mean necessarily tonight, but it's not really our place to add language, for instance, saying the board may not conduct background checks unless the board, as a majority of the board, tells us that they want that in this document. So that's the kind of feedback we're happy to get from you before the.
As it relates to 2.2, seating a director, or would we even be allowed to do a background check as a requirement of seating an elected person?
That's
No,
different, that's different from the appointment.
No, I know, but
appointment and elected.
but Robert did mention background check on elected as well.
Well, before they used to do
I
that.
think it was a legal question, sorry.
but the answer to your legal question is no.
So
You
I
made
was, I was appointed. And a background check was voted on by this board to be done. You know, I was given the conversation that elected officials are already screened out by the public. So as a result, they don't need a background check. And
Okay, now I understand the source of this, okay. It's,
I think
So-
things changed too procedurally within the elections office, because when I first got elected, we had kind of like a little bit of a background check. But now I think it's changed, so this is going back to when we were first running Rob. Unless I was the only one who got it, I don't know.
Michelle, when we get an election office, raise our right hand and take the oath and do all this stuff. What are the election requirements that we have to do? Is it just a registered voter? Is it, it's not like a convicted felon, or do they actually ask those questions? Cause I just did it, just do they ask those things? Like, are you? Stephen?
I think they have a qualification.
Yeah.
for
So, yeah, they
you
do.
fill out, and you have to state.
But I'm
But
trying to
you're
figure
not
out
a
if
convicted felon.
Yeah.
But basically, the minimum qualification is
These-
registered voter and 18 years old.
So I'm not aware of what the rules are to become a registered voter. I don't know in the county of San Mateo whether a convicted felon can be a registered voter or not.
You have to be a registered voter to be elected.
So you
Right.
have to be a registered voter to be elected, hence you cannot be a felon if that rule is true, but I don't know that rule to be true, believe it.
I think I had that on the box where we had to check
Yes, that's right.
that, right? Did you have that too?
Okay, so
No,
on
next time.
this, just to finish off this item, what I'd recommend, Robert, is communicate with the legal team. And, you know, make your suggestions of what you think should be there. And then they'll incorporate that back and that'll come back for discussion when we see the next draft. What's been happening with all of this is, you know, I've been working with staff and with the legal team as well to, you know, have a board person's eyes on the work that's in progress.
We voted to have you do
Yeah,
that too,
and
3
yes,
months
well,
ago.
and so that's been ongoing, so what I'd recommend is get your feedback into them. And then we'll try to massage this paragraph to meet your requirements.
Well,
And perhaps still preserve some of the flexibility, but it sounds like there's a desire to be more specific in this area, and I don't have a problem with that, knowing that the board can always modify the policy at a time that we need more flexibility if we need it.
Okay, I haven't changed. Oh, go ahead.
Doesn't take her.
Good.
Okay, so mine's a very simple request. And I'd love to get board input if anyone's interested, but this is, for section 10.3 under media communications. It says the fire chief is the spokesperson for the district in communicating or engaging with the media. And so I would like to say that the language should be the fire chief and or the board president.
I thought we had a PIO. I thought we have a PIO for.
Or
I
the
have-
designated.
I have the ability to delegate that, usually I give it to the PIO. which is done now.
That's the next sentence, actually,
Right.
reading on the chief
Chief
may
may
delegate
delegate.
that responsibility to a director or staff as appropriate, so giving that flexibility to delegate.
I'm just saying that, I think we have to have a little more independence at the board level. We went through a situation where we had an incapacitated chief and he couldn't really delegate, and so the board spokesperson was the board president. Right? Or there could be a situation where, you know, the actual subject that we're discussing is the fire chief. Right, and so the board should be able to delegate who their spokesperson is, not the fire chief. So maybe that,
I
I don't think there's, yeah.
think,
did I mess up on?
No, no.
well,
He's saying there's no problem with it doing that.
Oh, okay.
It's getting, sure, if your manual, if you
No, I
want
know, I
to
just want
try
to
in
get
your board.
other board
yeah.
members' thoughts on it.
my thought is that I think the way it's set up in terms of the fire chief speaks for the board, unless there's issues with the board. I mean, because, if something goes on at the staff level, you know, out in the field, I wouldn't know anything about the details of it, and neither would us. I think everything should fall on the chief and his designee. The board president can be there too, I think, representing the board. But I think that responsibility, to me, falls squarely on the chief shoulder.
I think the point she's trying to make is that there could be the situation where it involves the chief himself. or it involves board policy or board related matters, and you want, that the chief would be the appropriate spokesperson for. And so I think the suggestion is just put that optionality in
That's why I
there.
said and or.
As far as, kind of day-to-day operational press activities, we could differentiate it if we need to. That of course falls to the chief.
Right.
Right.
And the president doesn't have, kind of any business standing up and talking about an incident, as an example. But in the event that there's an issue within the district that's broad across the district, bringing public, kind of sentiment from the voters and the residents, there could be that situation.
I mean, I could write language to clarify unless, Steve, did it, I just wanna finish this, I don't know if you.
Yeah, did you have a comment on this point or a different point?
No, I wanted to continue.
To a different point? Yeah. Okay, so let's finish this point.
Yeah. Yes, so I don't know, do you want me to give you language or do you want to write language based on our current intent? If the board
I
members,
think we have it.
okay, I mean, and maybe there doesn't need to be a lot of changes to what you've currently written, but I mean, anyway, the point is that I think I just want it to be more delineated.
I think that makes sense.
There's the simple, which is just make it the fire chief or the president.
Right.
There's the more complicated, which is to qualify what the president's allowed to speak. to.
Right.
So either way is probably an acceptable way.
Right.
Okay,
Thank
Rob, you had to
you.
do it.
Yeah, I have a different section on Nicole 9.2, way towards the bottom. District-owned laptop computers, net tablets or similar devices in the future, after March 2024. Well, we're given a email address for the district. And I'm just thinking the aspect, if there's some impropriety and you're using your own private computer, your standing is a lot better if it's owned by the district in order to seize different item. So,
Where did this come from?
That's one word. 9.2. Towards the last paragraph.
It was just, so let me give just, if I can, I'll give the intent, and then I'll let the legal folks.
No,
Yeah, no, I know what you're thinking about. I think the intent of it was that, by and large, in today's world, everybody has devices. So the idea that says you're being elected to be on the fire board, but you then need to have a fire district issued computer or tablet is kind of an unnecessary one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like paying for the internet. You can't even become a director and go through the election process without having a computer and without having the internet. Because the election registration process requires you to have that. So it was kind of from my lens, this was my suggestion was, we're kind of past the day and age where we need to offer up a laptop or a tablet, but you're raising a legal issue relative to what happens in the event you're using a personal device for district business, and I would defer that to Nicole or Steve.
Is that in fact the legal question you're asking? Whether it's legally better for the district if the record?
I think if you're a director, you should have accessibility, especially if you have an email address, that have equipment that's issued by the district. And a computer or a tablet or whatever, or as an option, either issued or not, but to give it an option as to the elected person. There's election coming up here in a few months, and, if someone knows that they're not gonna be furnished a computer for being a director, what's the incentive to run if they're not given the proper tools in order to represent the individuals that they're representing?
Yeah, so this is not really a legal issue, this is entirely a policy issue for you. Many agencies provide electronic equipment to their directors.
Phones and everything.
Tablets, sometimes, the board meet, they're built, it's super common. We wrote this the way we did, as Director Bloom mentioned, at his request that the district stop providing this. But we have no dog in the fight, and it's no problem to us if you want to provide it.
If the board sentiment is, no, we wanna keep doing this, I have no problem with it. To me, it just felt outdated, given that, like I said, that you almost have to have these devices available to yourself to be able to run. It's not like we're excluding a demographic or a part of the population that says you wouldn't be able to run. I don't think you could get through the election process.
Well, so
without
let
a
me make a
computer.
comment on that.
Go ahead.
So I have chosen not to accept it,
Yeah.
right?
That's-
But that's my own choice. However, there are situations where we, like on my harbor board, for example, we were issued this because of like extensive PRA requests, and we didn't want anything on our personal devices, right? So, please, Steve probably remembers
I mean,
that,
for sure, if you are getting a district device,
right?
the legal answer would be that you should use that device for district business.
Right, for
You
district
should not use it
business.
for your
That's
personal.
right. So I wanna make sure that
Right.
that whoever gets these they're not using it for their own personal emails or communications or, basically using district resources for political or personal communication.
I think
And that is-
just IT.
Well, I mean, it's happened.
Well, I was gonna say, that is one of the clarifications that we made, was that we specified that if you're using any district equipment, you have to comply with the district's fire policy manual.
Well, it's
and the
more than
section
that.
covers, the specific section that covers how you're supposed to manage resources and electronic equipment in particular, so that wasn't in there before, but we wanted to specify if you're going to be using these materials, you need to be sure that you're complying with our.
Right,
It-
but it's
it-
more
it-
than that, it's also elections
Okay,
law
it-
too.
it sounds-
You cannot use
Right.
It sounds like the
public
position of the
resources for this, for personal use.
It sounds like the position of the board's different than where my position is, so you know what changes to make,
Well,
put it
so
back in,
I
it's
agree,
fine,
but
Not
I
signed
don't
up
think
on it.
that there are other reasons
That's fine.
to it.
it's fine, so just,
The
the board has a different opinion, that's, I'm not here to dictate
But I do
process on
think that
this.
we have to add in there about following elections law, where you can't use public resources for personal or political,
I think that's in the
Hey,
IT
well,
policy.
maybe, but it hasn't been observed by some of our board members, so. That's why I just want to reiterate that. It is not just the local board policies, it's actual elections law.
Well, I think isn't there something I read in here, I don't know where it is, about people have complaints about another board member that they can bring it up.
Yep.
Put it in writing. It's in here, I mean,
Yeah. I thought you were.
Okay. Other input?
So, do you want to resolve the issue of the laptops now, or?
I think we resolved it, which is you're gonna put it back in, that the district will just continue that process subject to the IT policy.
In elections law.
Yeah, I'll let them word the legal
Yeah.
part. Okay. What they do for a living.
For the record, I support what you're saying.
Right, a refusal over every.
I
I'm
support,
not even.
no, I'm not, I agree that we don't need laptops, so I gave mine away 5 years ago.
I never,
For me, it's.
after 6 months, I gave it
You
back.
had to carry two, one for yourself and one for.
Yeah.
So.
Well, for me, I use mine, because I separate the district business away from my other
Yeah.
activities that I'm engaged in. I mean.
Yeah, by the way, there was no intent to take it away from anybody that currently had it. The policy change, the policy change was written to be people elected after that date, but it's fine.
They stop somebody that wants to run.
I got a couple.
Go ahead.
On page 13, I have a couple here. First of all, as you read through several sections here, it states that there may or may not be a video of the meeting. But in this, at the very top of the page, it says, all directors have the right to express dissent from, protest to, or comment upon any action of the board. Any director may state the reason for their dissenting vote for the video record. And the question is, I mean, we've had a long-standing ability to record it in the actual minutes. This says the video record, but then if you go down to under minutes, in the very first sentence, it says if a video exists. So I think, given that videos are uncertain outcomes, I would just like to clarify that that you can opt to have it in the minutes.
At the risk of sounding like a broken record, absolutely fine to include it if that's what you wish. I think intent behind this was exactly as you are expressing discomfort with, which was that the written minutes would not reflect the director's reasons for voting against something, but so long as because that could be in the video minutes. But if the board prefers to enshrine that in the written minutes, fine.
This was just one of these things, just so you know, the intent of it was to try to keep meetings moving along and trying to eliminate some of the difficulty that I know Michelle has, which is she's got to try to write that down verbatim as to what a director's saying to put it in the minutes versus we have a video. It's general practice that we always have a video. I think it would be unusual for us not to have a video.
Well, let me say, as a general comment, I have a general concern about what I view as kind of censorship of directors' voices in general. And this was one of those things, and it's kind of ambiguous. It doesn't say that it won't be in the minutes, it just says it can be, and so I wasn't sure. If that's the intent, I will probably lose the vote, but I think that directors ought to have the right in a single sentence to record their reasons for what they're doing.
Totally fine. I can't remember exactly the history this was of whether this was a request from staff or from Director Bloom. We really are, if it's the will of the board to include those statements in the written minutes. No legal issues from us.
There come a point where either Michelle's gonna have to get someone else to help her to record this thing, but there's so much conversation go on. So from what I understand about the position and what she does in terms of, and I've seen it in other city staff, et cetera, the backup is Zoom, the video. And before video, there used to be 2 or 3 people taking the sonography, I think is how you pronounce it, of recording everything verbatim.
But Robert, this only refers to when a vote is taken. That's the only thing it refers to, is if you want to say why you voted yes or no. That's all.
Well, I think that there was a desire to limit this because at one point, board members were going back and forth, like, okay, I'm gonna dissent, and then the other person was gonna, and it was just ridiculous. So that's why, I think, if I remember correctly, that's the reason
This is
that.
a perfect example. We don't been here
Exactly.
for almost a half hour or so, give them 2 items, and if Michelle's gonna take everything we said, I mean, Nicole and Steve, I mean, they'll be doing this long shorthand for the next hour, so.
I'd rather eliminate the ambiguity about whether there's a video of the meeting. And say that our meetings will have a video record, than I would to say, which is the intent that we have, is that there'll be a video record.
So I think just to clarify on that point, the ambiguity that you all have been discussing about if a video exists, we're talking about the written record of the minutes, that is because we wanted to build in the flexibility in the event there's some technological difficulty that results in the lack of video. The minutes are then the written record of the meeting. That's not the practice. The practice, as President Loomis said, is that we will have written minutes and we also have a video. So that was the intent there, not to suggest that we're sort of cherry picking when we might have a video or not.
But I don't want to spend a whole lot of time on this either. The point is, it's a form of censorship. I'm one of the people that would like to explain why I voted yes or no. It's a single sentence. It's not an hour of debate, Robert. That's an exaggeration. It's not even more than 30 seconds.
That's
But
not true.
If you don't want to put it in, you're gonna win the vote. So vote on it or do something, but I just think that I think that a director ought to be able to express a rationale in the minutes. And we could limit it to a single sentence. I don't think that's burdensome.
Irrational, is, I mean, how many words does it take to be rational? And I think that's
Right.
what it boils down to. You know, I mean, some people like myself may take a whole paragraph, but for you and me.
But if you limit it to a sentence in here, it wouldn't be a whole paragraph.
It's never been a sentence, that's why, that's the problem, that, anyway.
Okay, we'll note that and we'll see if there's a way to deal with
Yeah,
that.
yeah, let's go on.
And I don't think anyone's trying to censure anyone.
But it doesn't matter, let me go on.
You want this?
I have the floor here and I'm gonna, under 5.9, I'm not clear, and this isn't the same kind of point I just made. It suggests that if there's not a resolution that's been prepared, you can vote on something that doesn't exist and then write it later. Am I understanding correctly? Sure. Okay, well, that concerns me a little bit, I'll just throw that out there, but because.
You'll have a video record of what it's supposed to be.
No, basically, if you wanna change language in the resolution.
No,
it's code.
No,
You could have a resolution.
sometimes, it is sometimes the case, I'm thinking it has happened since I've been with the district, that the resolution has not been prepared in time to be included in the packet, or alternatively, the board votes on something that is different from the present resolution that's in the packet.
Right.
The resolution says everyone's gonna wear a red shirt, and the board wants to vote that everyone's gonna wear a green shirt. And so the resolution needs to be modified and drafted after the vote to reflect what the board has done.
We've
I
done,
see, but it's not, okay. Anyway, I'm gonna go on.
There was no intent for like some sort of underhanded.
No, I wasn't suggesting that, I was just suggesting it would be impossible to vote on something if you don't know what the wording is for what you're voting.
I see. Well, you're voting on the motion, I guess, is.
We've actually done that here where
yes. that
Michelle
was-
has asked us several times to
Yes.
repeat back what the motion is.
Or if we
Or what the
change,
resolution
if we
is.
change
Yeah.
what the staff recommend, right,
Right.
staff recommend.
Okay, I wanna move to page 15, 7.1, and this is just a quick question. This $2,000 expense that directors can spend, is this a new item?
This is a change.
Okay,
That
so
was
we've
here.
never had this.
It was, yeah, and so the rationale for it is, in my view, you could have a situation where you have a director that's a serial conference attender, and they're running up thousands of dollars of expense for the district. And so put a limitation in there, the board can always vote to approve a different number there, or approve somebody to go beyond their limit. But it kind of couches it that says, you know, the board should not be creating a massive district expense going to conferences.
I see, I read it different, I see what you're saying, I read it as, you can all spend $2,000 now
No,
as
no, no,
opposed
no.
to.
It says
Okay,
incurred up to.
Up to,
yeah, but it doesn't have to be approved by anybody or anything, so it's okay, we'll move on. Let me go to page,
Before we go on to that one, I mean, there were some comments, but, you know, somewhere along the line, those that go on these conferences, you know, which is, I think, education is very important. But I think somewhere in that, at the bottom, I think the board members need to come back to the board.
In report.
So what went on besides, you know, just saying I had a good time?
Oh, I thought that was.
That was in the past policy as well,
Yeah,
by the way.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I mean,
It's still here.
yeah, it's still here, I agree,
It's-
that's.
Required
that's all.
for
You could have a good time. Yeah, you can have a good time, but you need to say something about what the conference is about.
go to page 17, 7.6. This isn't a big deal, but it just says registration fees for conferences or meetings will be reimbursed at actual cost. That seems reasonable, but that's not what actually happens. Typically, the clerk of the board has been making reservations. I'm just saying, so I don't know if you want to leave that option in there. They're the ones that are contacted, for example, of cities, and this is not a big political point or anything. It's just that we don't have room to keep doing what we have been doing. So it might make sense to say, or paid for by the clerk or something of that sort.
So the purpose of this portion of the policy is not to dictate what the district may pay for in furtherance of district business, including paying your registration fees. This is what kinds of expenses are eligible for reimbursement. And so if, this does not in any way prohibit the district from continuing to do what you just described as the practice of Michelle paying for registration, but if you pay for registration, you're gonna get reimbursed at your actual cost, and you can't, pad it with some overhead of 5% for administration.
It's just a little bit more complex now insofar as there's a $2,000 limit or something of that sort, so there's an accounting issue. In any case, I think it's worth thinking about and just thinking that something should be added to it here. Let me ask about, yeah, I have a number of things on page 21. I'm not gonna go into them all because I sound like a broken record here. But this is the part that I would call censorship. I particularly want to point out number 6 seems to me present criticisms, complaints, or problems regarding district operations directly to the fire chief and discuss them at a regular meeting only after failure of an administrative solution. I mean, the reality is we get some sort of a proposal or a resolution or something, and somebody says, oh, no, we shouldn't do that. We've already got a problem with, and right there, they have criticized something. And so I just don't think it's workable. Don't like it. Number 12, refer complaints from residents and property owners of the district to the fire chief. I think in general that's fine, but occasionally if somebody mentions something to you, you forgot about it, and it comes up at a meeting, I don't think this is a terrible thing to come up at a meeting. Report issues related to safety or concerns for safety or hazard to the fire chief. That suggests that you can't bring up at a meeting, anything that is a problem for safety if you haven't first mentioned it to the fire chief. And 14 is a similar kind of thing. I just don't think you have to have mentioned these to the fire chief to be able to bring them up at the meeting. On the next page, I think the one, I'm sure it's directed at me, but number 16, gives staff the respect and consideration due skilled professional personnel. Poor behavior towards staff is not acceptable. Well, again, I believe in giving respect and consideration due skilled professionals to skilled professionals and not to flunkheads. And so that's not something that sits well with me.
This was in the current policy.
I know we just changed the policy and voted against it then, but it didn't used to be in the policy. I think all A, B, C, A, B, and E, there's no C and D here.
Oh, that may have been a typo, right?
I don't know, but in any case, I would say the same thing about what some people get humiliated about something or whatever. Does that mean you can't talk about their program and then they feel humiliated? I'm not sure. I turn to page 23 here. I have just two more things. One is, and this is just a stylistic point. You see the 10.4 conflict of interest? If you look immediately above that, the first word is a contraction, which is not the style that this has been written in. I don't believe there are any other contractions in the whole document, so it's suggesting.
What do you mean, state that they are speaking instead of they're speaking?
Yes, exactly. Just because it's nowhere else.
Sure. Thanks for the careful reading.
And the other thing that I would like to see, which is not mentioned in here at all, is directors' use of cell phones during board meetings. I think it's rude. I think it's being inattentive to what's going on. And I think we should ban the use of cell phones during a meeting. In some jurisdictions, it's actually illegal because how shall I say, influence can be exerted from parties that shouldn't be exerting influence on someone to vote a certain way and things like that. So I would like to see us have no cell phones. That's all I have right now.
I'm a little,
Yeah, sorry, I was just asking.
I need some direction
Yeah,
for
no,
all of
it's-
these comments, and I don't know what to do.
Relative to cell phones, is there any appetite on the board to limit that? You know, I can tell you that there are personal emergencies that sometimes do come in. I had one last meeting, I wasn't looking at mine, my wife texted Virginia, she was able to pass me a note that said, you have an emergency at home. So, you know, the question is, yeah, there's varying degrees, should people be talking on their cell phone, should they be freely texting? No. But to ban, quote, ban cell phones, I would say that's a little overreaching, but I think we could put wording in here that says, you know, directors should avoid, you know, kind of any phone calls, any interruptions due to, you know, phone calls or texting during the meetings. That'd be my recommendation.
Yeah, that's encouraged.
Yeah, I believe that.
Is that the direction you need to see?
That's helpful, thank you.
Does that work for you?
But we're gonna take our best shot at incorporating in all of these comments. I don't wanna play favorites or not with any one director in particular or not, so,
Well, if any of the comments that I made resonate with anybody, then please support them, and if not, let's not waste time on them.
what would be useful to the board when you next see this? Do you wanna see a red line showing the differences between what you have in your packet now and what you're next seeing, so
Yeah.
would that be useful to
I think
you?
red lines is the way to go.
Also, I would like to see is, Nicole mentioned this, other document, you mentioned this is one, and then there's another with standard policies, or something other existing.
The standalone policy, the
Yeah.
ones that we pulled out, that would be, that's absolutely what we would intend to bring back when the board's ready to consider this for approval. It would be the new board manual and then each of the standalone policies, which again are going to be taken verbatim from the existing manual and just dropped into their own standalone document.
And then we can, as a board down the road, modify or address each of those individually, but this is one pretty big bite at the apple, which is the board
Yeah.
policy.
Right.
And I think it's going from about 30 some pages to about 10, so it's a pretty good sized chunk out of it to change the way it's operating. Okay. Anybody that has any additional comments, I just encourage you to send them on to the legal group. And, you know, they'll address them accordingly and they'll consult back with the chief, myself, whoever, relative to kind of how we think we should proceed.
And would you like to set this up next time as an action item, or do you need more discussion?
I would recommend that we send out the red line version as soon as we have it, not necessarily potentially before the packet would go out. So as soon as you have the edits and the red line version, and then I believe that we should plan to try to vote on the manual the next meeting. And if the board's not prepared to do that, they won't accept the manual. Well,
Okay, but the red line, I just wanna make sure I'm not quibbling, I just wanna make sure I understand. You wanna see the red line before,
Yeah.
then you
That'd be good.
wanna then see an additional red line at the next meeting that shows, cause then we're gonna be getting 5 different editors.
No. You're going to take all the feedback that you've heard tonight and do a red line version, send that out. And then that version will then be in final form without red lines in the
Right.
board packet for the next meeting.
I think there needs to be another step, extra step. If he's gonna send us a red line,
We have to get feedback.
if there's feedback there, we can't vote on it at the next board meeting. I mean, I think
So you want
if there's no rush to this, I mean, we can do it in April. I mean, get it done.
So it sounds like we're gonna do red lines for the next meeting. and we'll discuss the red line version in the next meeting and vote on it in the subsequent meeting.
And have final
Have a final
before
version for
April.
that.
Right.
I'm fine with that.
Can I suggest a variation on that? I think it would accomplish the same thing, but there have been a number of suggestions from people here. But maybe not more than 20 in total or something like that. And I'd be happy, for example, my things to put them in writing and so forth. Rather than do a red line, I was just gonna suggest that we pipe up these 20 things or whatever and go through them one at a time, up or down, and not, spend 2 minutes on each one and then just vote yes or no, and then incorporate either the deletion or the addition in the final red line. I think trying to red line stuff with this uncertainty about it, I think is too difficult.
I think that the input that we've all given is gonna be more nuanced and it will reflect everyone's thoughts in the.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely could be things that could be left unaddressed, I don't doubt that. But I think a lot of these were suggestions of areas to expand or modify. And we should let them just go ahead, there was there was generally consensus on the board for a lot of these things that, yeah, we should modify that, let's let them go modify it. So let's stick with the plan that we'll get a red line version before the next meeting, discuss the red line version at the next meeting. Hopefully then, Chuck, I think we would be down to a very small set of issues. And we can give very specific direction as to we're either gonna change that before we vote on it, or we're not gonna change it before we vote on it. But I think we can bring that down to a handful of things from a pretty big laundry list right now by adding the extra meeting.
Could they include, for example, alternative red line, let's say two alternatives for an addition that was suggested?
Yeah,
In other words, so that it's not in final form, but it's in a form where you could look at two different suggestions and see which one is preferred?
I think we would try to incorporate what we understand to be the direction and the guidance from the board and distill it into that. And I think if there are then further changes at the next meeting, we could take that. But again, I believe then we would be, the board would likely be looking at a smaller
yeah,
set.
that's,
But here's what I don't want to put me and Nicole in the position of doing, which is, I don't want to receive comments from individual board members
Right.
that we decide whether to ignore or include in the draft. That puts us in a tough spot. So I think maybe that's where Director Bernstein was going with this idea of the alternates version. So if you all are gonna be sending us many edits, we have to report those back to the full board to decide.
And that'll take more time.
Or if, again, it's your process, but I don't wanna be in the uncomfortable position of unilaterally vetoing a board member.
I think the red line should incorporate the course of our discussion tonight. And if there's further discussion next meeting,
Or
we'll do
clarification.
clarifications, we'll take that on at the next meeting.
Yeah, I
And we
agree.
can drive it at the next meeting to potentially finalize wording.
Okay, so if we get comments that do not seem to us to reflect what we've heard in today's meeting, we will include those comments, but we'd like, as an addendum, and let the board, we're gonna present this back to you to decide.
That's fine. Okay. All right, that was the
Number
update.
11 is-
Thanks, I hope ends up being something that's useful for you all.
Thanks,
And
Nicole.
I think it's gonna be very useful, I think it's gonna be good for the board for years to come too, so.
I'm hopeful.
We
I
have
I can
number-
tell you as a new board member coming in with the current one was a little complicated, so. All right,
Thank you, Nicole.
discussion regarding adjusting the board policy as to how the board sets future agenda items. I would recommend we table that because it's addressed in the board policy. And then we let that finalize through the board policy. So unless there's any disagreement on that, I'm going to forego that and just consider it as part of item 10. Any dissent on that? Okay,
So instead of tabling it, do you want to just say remove it?
we're
You
just,
don't need to
Yeah,
discuss it?
I would say.
we're just not gonna discuss this
Yeah.
item on the agenda. I don't know whether the process is.
Well,
What am I
table-
supposed to say?
Table means it'll be.
Table
on
means it'll
future
come back to the
agenda.
No,
board.
it's
No.
being deleted.
So
Yeah,
remove it from the.
Remove it from the.
As long as there's consensus amongst the board to do that.
Yeah, I mean.
Because
what
this
is the
was a
rest of the
proposed
board?
I'm fine.
The goal is that it's going away because we're addressing it, so
Right,
whatever,
but the rest of the board has to agree. with
well, I
that.
just asked, is there
I
any,
agree with that.
I asked, is there any dissent to that, and I'm seeing nobody dissenting to that, so. Okay.
And said amen, so she.
Yeah, he said amen, so
Amen.
we had the.
Nicole, thanks.
Okay, thanks,
Thanks so much.
Nicole.
Thanks,
Appreciate
Nicole.
it. Drive carefully. All right. Speaking of proposed agenda items, that is the item we're on. Does anybody have anything that they would like to bring up for consideration for future meetings? Yes, sir.
I would like to see the district prepare a disaster plan.
And this is a disaster plan, just so we can record, I don't intend to talk about it here because we'd be violating Brandon, it's not on the agenda. A disaster plan for how the district responds to a disaster, or a disaster plan for the effect of a disaster on the district? In other words,
How the district would respond to a disaster and prepare other groups, agencies, people in the event of a disaster.
Well, we need to vote on that. I mean,
yeah,
how is that different from the E-Prep
No,
policy?
mine isn't an actual proposed.
I don't know anything about the E-Prep.
Well, we're developing that per the board's
for the
vote.
ad hoc, there's an ad hoc
Yeah,
committee that's
yeah.
addressing a good portion of what you just articulated, which is how we're going to prepare the community and other things. Was the purpose of the ad hoc committee, was to come back to the board with a policy on that. So this would be a duplication of what the ad hoc committee is currently
Yes.
working at, or at least the ad hoc committee should finish its work before this is addressed.
Yeah,
Well, maybe it'd be nice to hear what the ad hoc committee is doing and what their
well,
timetable
I'm
is.
gonna get, well,
Well, we
I'm gonna give that-
established a
90
rough
days.
timetable, of 90 days to come back with a policy when we established the ad hoc committee at the last meeting.
So you're saying in
Meetings.
60 days, in 60 days, we will have that.
It's a draft, right?
We'll
Yeah,
get an
it'll be
update
a
when we get
draft.
to committee reports.
Yeah.
Let me just say, in terms of wording, and I think it's fine if that's what that is. Emergency preparedness policy, to me, didn't say it was a plan. It just said, I mean, the policy could be, we're gonna develop a plan in the future. I had no idea what it meant.
It's not a disaster plan, I don't want to
Oh.
be misunderstood on that. But when you started going down, it talks about how we prepare other groups and agencies and
yeah,
prep. That's emergency preparedness, which is what the ad hoc committee on emergency preparedness is working on.
Well, let me just say, I think we need a disaster plan. I'd be happy to wait 60 days, even 90 days to get it, but I think we
Well,
need a disaster.
you're not gonna get a disaster plan in 60 or 90 days.
Okay,
You're gonna
well,
get a policy from the a recommendation of a policy from the ad hoc committee
Per the board's
outlining, for
direction.
the board's direction, outlining our E-Prep policy.
I'm gonna, if I may, this is exactly why item number 11 is so important, to try to establish the process. So that,
Why we're trying to change the process of the policy manual for this very reason.
for this particular reason.
Yeah.
So there are elements that goes into setting up and understanding how to, for future, from my perspective, future everything items would look like. You know, we need it, how urgent it is, you know, how important it may be, and what the logical flow and everything else is going.
Well, that's why we're trying to change it in the policy so that the actual idea can then be scoped, discussed and presented as a board for a formal vote as to, we're either gonna put this scope thing on the
Or not.
agenda or we're not.
Right.
And move on.
And where it lands is, to work on it.
Exactly.
So can we take a vote on that thing?
We can't take a vote on,
You wanna make a
You're-
motion?
Is this something where I make a motion?
I don't think you need a motion, I think it's,
Well, if we're gonna vote on it.
we're
we should
voting
make
on
a
whether
motion.
whether the future agenda items could be a disaster plan for the district, including the response and my own writing here.
Well, if we're gonna vote on it, Gary, then there should be a motion.
Okay, so let's have a motion on it. What would you like on the agenda, Chuck?
I'd like to move that the district prepare a disaster plan that addresses how the district will respond to a disaster and how the district will organize and train other agencies and other people to respond to the disaster.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second. Any other discussion? Okay. Roll call?
Director Bernstein,
Aye.
Director Jones,
No,
Director Crawley,
No,
Director Solano,
Yes.
Director Bloom.
No. And I think for the record, I can state I'm voting no, not that I don't disagree that we eventually need a disaster plan, but the second half of that is a complete overlap with what the ad hoc committee is doing. So, okay, other proposed agenda items? Anybody? Okay. Moving on to reports and requests, committee reports, human resources would be Rob.
Okay, yeah, Robert and I met. Chief, preparing a draft survey involving DEI. Went over the, some joint training, that was, being completed. He spoke about the, cadet program, entry level, and, the applicant went over some of the new hires and some of the strategies relative to the advertising of the different positions. Robert, you want to add anything?
no, I think you cleared it up.
Okay, thank you, Robert.
Is that the entire report? Okay.
Yeah.
Financial report.
sure, okay, so we met, Gary and I met, and basically Elaine covered a lot of what we covered, but some of the things that we discussed though, which I think is important, and I know that President Bloom thinks this too, is looking at investment opportunities based on, or vis-a-vis time and duration, and looking at the economic situation so that if there are changes, our investments, and you know, therefore our budget, or they would kind of be safe and also taking advantage of the economic situation, and basically with interest rates, where we think that, you know, they could be fluctuating. And so we want to make sure that we're ready to make investments that will enhance and strengthen our budget in what we think could be a fluctuating interest rate environment.
I would just clarify, not to change our budget, to change our investment
Or,
returns.
I mean, ROI, yeah, sorry, ROI, not to change the, but we want to make the budget more transparent to reflect
You say ROI?
ROI, return on
ROI.
investment, yeah. We would, and as I said before, we want to make the budget more transparent. You know, so Elaine is working on that, and that's gonna be vis-a-vis potentially creating a fund balance policy and looking at our reserve policy. We have a reserve policy, but how does that play into the fund balance policy? We are, right now, our budget is, or if you pull all of our fund balance, or all of our balances, it's about $117 million. And that's a lot. And so that's why we want to be very careful on how we approach things moving forward vis-a-vis the market and the macroeconomic situation, but also having the budget tell a more complete and transparent story.
Yeah, the budget kind of establishes when you're gonna need the money
Yeah.
for a lot of these activities, and so that impacts how you invest the money. Because whether you're investing something for a financial need in a reserve that's 5 years out is different than investing if you need it a week from now.
Well, so it's financial planning and laddering.
It's just really overall financial planning for the district.
Is that, okay, I mean, that's all I've got, and I just wanna thank Elaine again for all of this work,
Yeah,
and
the only-
stay tuned.
Yeah, the only other thing I would,
Something?
yeah, the only other thing I
Sorry.
would point out, just in the packet was the investment results. So those are
Oh,
in there,
yeah.
and I just reference it. We do review that at every meeting.
Yeah,
With the investment manager on the phone.
actually, we had the investment manager
Yeah.
there, and he went through all of the entire portfolio, and we talked about time and duration and how, you know, we can enhance our ROI, or how we can move or rebalance our portfolio so that we can have a great return.
Okay, facilities, we did not meet.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I just, I just was curious, I mean, in the mid-year report, based on the budget, it looked like we were going to get about $500,000 in interest. And, so far through mid-year, we've got about $3.7 million. So it's about 3.2 million higher than we budgeted. Do you have a notion of what caused that? Is it the higher interest rates? Is it the stock market?
We have not had, I'm not sure what you're looking at.
I'm just-
It's not possible for us to have $3+ million of investment returns at this point in time. Because we only started investing about 2.5 months ago.
Well, please, would you look at page 8 of our mid-year report? I'm not arguing with you, I'm trying to understand myself, because it's such a huge amount of
I
money.
think that was that.
What page are you on?
I'm on page 8, which is also 468. 468 of the,
When you look at the camp, it talks about the cash, dividends and income that was made from, July and December.
it's about in the middle of that chart, on page 8.
Are you looking at the?
On page 8 of the mid-year report.
Yeah, which line item are you looking?
The
Use of money and property?
use of money and
I
property.
don't believe that is investment returns.
Oh, it is?
Don't believe so.
I'm not,
I couldn't tell you what.
I'm not arguing.
I couldn't tell you what that number is, but I don't believe it's
The
investment.
mid-year report,
There's,
the mid-year report,
yeah, I'm looking at it.
on page 8. I mean, it's a huge amount of money. We're up 475%.
Yes, so I think,
Unless he's projecting out for the whole year or so.
No, it's at the mid-year,
Yeah.
projection is the next column.
We'd have to have Elaine address that.
Which is more money.
Unless Francine could take a stab at that, but I don't think so.
Okay, I was just trying to understand how we got so much more money.
Yeah, and the investment returns are
I
summarized. in
wonder
the-
if that's the 2.7, the 1,000,000, that I was referring to. That we didn't get clarity on.
Yeah, it's possible,
I think
but
that's
it's not
that
investment
1.
returns.
no,
That's all I'm
No,
saying.
no, I think that's
The
that
investment
1.7
returns showing-
1.7 and the 1 million mark that I was referring to
Yeah,
today.
I'll check with Elaine, I mean, just looking
I
at
think
that,
it
it
was
doesn't,
like
it doesn't quite make sense that actual as of December 31st is higher than our expected at the end of the year.
Yeah,
So you could, because you could expect your
I
returns to,
think that's that.
you're gonna lose money in the next quarter.
I will share with you the reason the budgeted amount was so low, that was PFM being our investment advisors, and so we conservatively estimated what our returns were currently in life back then, so.
Well, so let me
Yes.
just make it clear that this quarter is the first quarter where we actually understand what the
Sure.
returns
Yeah.
are, based on the movement of the money, the transfer of the money into, the PFM account. This is the first full quarter wherever we actually.
We
Could I
were
ask the
fully
finance
invested.
committee to at least ask
Yeah,
about
we
this
will.
at the next
I
meeting?
think that's that weird discrepancy that
Yeah, we'll
we
get
talked
there.
about, but,
Thank you.
yeah, thanks for bringing that up, Chuck.
It's such a huge amount.
Yeah, I think there was something I remember where she brought that up and then may have been placed there for now, I don't know, let me clarify. And that was about
So
well, it's about 2.7 million, so.
back up, yeah, back up. Where we go.
Okay, we'll ask, thanks, Doug.
Okay, we're to land this ship eventually. Facilities committee did not meet, I believe.
Did not, facilities committee did not meet with.
Okay.
Right, no report.
Go on to the liaison reports, Town of Atherton. I have nothing to report. Their meeting is tomorrow. I will attend tomorrow's meeting.
So also, no,
No report, okay? City of Menlo Park,
No report there either.
San Mateo Districts 3 and 4, Virginia.
No report, but I think their meeting is
next Tuesday, so I'll be on the lookout for anything that's relevant on their agenda.
I believe the pre-hospital did meet.
They did, and actually, the chief had more of an update since we met with the county executive. But at the meeting I was at, they were looking at an additional $2.9 million a year that was not in the JPA fund. So they would have to get it through the different agencies, correct, Chief? So it's kind of, I think the chief is more towards a negotiation point with the county executive relative to his staff. But that was the number that was given to us at the meeting. And we've had forums for the last 3 meetings, so it's, I don't know if it's different people, but we've had forums, so. Thank you, that's all I have to say on that.
Okay.
Before you go to the next one, it seems like San Francisco Creek dropped off of this. I don't have a report in any case, but it doesn't seem to be on the agenda.
Okay. That'd be-
I must have missed it. I don't know what happened, but I think.
Yeah, we also had a miscue on the ad hoc committee report, got put down at 16 instead of as part of 13. So why don't we go ahead
Yeah, I
and
can
do
do
that?
that.
Unless there's an objection to moving that, I'd recommend we talk about item 16 now. And then we'll go on and finish up the meeting.
Yeah, so basically, we had our first meeting on February 12th. With Chief Lorenzen, Fire Marshal John Johnston, and Heather Keller, our community volunteer coordinator. And we just started talking about ideas, and we're gonna have our next meeting on Thursday, and we're on track to kind of come up with recommendations to bring to the board within that 90-day target. And so as we continue to work on things, we'll try to compile everything as quickly as possible.
Okay.
But I just want to thank the chief and John, because it's been a lot of good brainstorming right now. And thanks,
Great.
Gary.
Okay, reports, requests of directors. Any reports, requests? Is that a no?
No, that's, I just have one thing.
Oh, yeah, go for it.
That's all I got.
I didn't know what you were. but-
I mean, we're running out of time, I wanna get out of here by noon, by 12 o'clock, okay, noon, is it noon yet? Okay.
Well, what do we have before then?
I just. Chief, on the 2 items between Weekend Acres and the jurisdictional issues. Did you meet with or talk to the county executive about this today? Okay, that's all. Do you anticipate a time wherever?
Oh, yeah, there's still, the timing is all.
I know you're hitting them what they want, right? All right.
He's wanting something from us right now, so. I'm not in a position to ask for something
Okay.
from him. I
Okay,
will be at some point.
any other reports or requests of directors? Yes, Virginia?
Yeah, so I attended the CERT meeting on January 27th that the chief was at, and Robert was at. When they had the DSW swearing in, and it was very well attended, lots of positive energy and excitement. So I was very glad to see that the community volunteers are actually not even, they're not just community volunteers, they're actually our district trained CERT. And I think that it was a great launching pad. So thank you to the staff and especially to Heather for getting all of that organized and, kind of re-energizing our community volunteer program. So Mark, thanks for all of that. I think every little step advances what we want to do, which is to get the community prepared. So I'm very happy with that. And also, I spoke with a couple of JT Faraji from the Hood Squad and also Lynn Bramlett. They got those little battery packs for the phone that we all got. And I know that JT has been handing out those phone battery packs. I think he's probably handing out 500 right before the storm, about a month.
Did you charge them first?
Yeah, he charged, they were all charged, and then Lynn's been handing them out, and so, it's been a positive response for that, so I'm glad that we were able to get those battery packs and get them out into the community, and so maybe
I don't know how we can do more of that. But right now, the ones that have gone out and I only talked to 2 people, so I don't know who else has done this, but you just need to know, Mark, that it's got a lot of positive response and feedback, so thanks for getting that out. And I think John Johnston is working with, JT on dealing with, buying radios or something, because they're constantly out in the community, so I don't know where that is, but I just wanted you to know that the community feedback has been very positive so far.
Okay, thank you. Any other reports, requests, directors? President's reports could be very, very quick here. Just a reminder of the pinning ceremony that's coming up. There was also an email that came out, I think, from Division Chief Coyle on the building, I forget the name of it, your building project.
Yeah, it's
Board members
for
were,
Christmas in April, but
yeah, it's basically
It's-
the house,
yeah,
rebuilding
it's
together.
rebuilding together,
Yeah,
I think,
for the
yeah.
house on Avey. Board has been invited to participate in that if you'd like. So please follow up on that. And I would like to thank our legal counsel for all the hard work on board policy.
Yes,
Was not a minor undertaking to kind of, come back with a formal policy, so my thanks for that. And then I just wanna, just as a final note, just really commend the entire district team for their response on this 6-year-old child. It starts with the training programs that they do, that was mentioned in the emails. It's, the training they did over at Lucille Packard Children's Hospital, paramedics. So it goes in everything from our training individual all the way up, to the top leadership of the district, puts us in a position to have those kinds of successes. So my thanks to everybody in the district.
I think she's a cert.
And then secondarily, we had, which I think is just a great, kind of a great storyline. I mean, the outcome is the storyline, but the fact that it was one of our CERT training volunteers that was trained in CPR by our team, that's really special in a lot of respects. And that's the second time in my emergency career that I've seen that happen. Once was about 35 years ago, where we trained a cadet who then resuscitated a person on the street. So about a week later, with a bunch of adults standing around not knowing what to do. So
we're on the right
we
track,
are
Mark.
absolutely on the right track, but I've been doing this for a long time. I know the chief has as well, and the frequency of which you have that kind of success and an outcome for a full arrest is really something to be celebrated. And then when it's a 6-year-old, it's really extra special. So
And someone who's not a professional actually doing it, right?
So my thanks to everybody involved in the good outcome there. And on that positive note, I will ask if there's any final public comment. There are no public comments. We have exceeded the ability for anybody to stay here. And I will adjourn to our next meeting at 11:13. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Yeah.